Ever-present, truest friend, ever near, your aid to lend. Leave us not in doubt and fear, groping on in darkness drear. When the storms are raging sore, hearts grow faint and hope is o'er. Whisper softly, wonder come. Follow me, I'll guide you When our days of toil shall cease, waiting still for sweet relief. Nothing left but heaven red, wandering near, our names are there. Waiting deep the dismal flood, pleading not but Jesus' blood. Whisper softly, wonder come. Follow me, I'll guide you
Amen. Grace and peace to everyone. And welcome to our midweek Wednesday evening Bible study program for Wednesday the 29th of April 2026. Pardon me. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for coming in, for helping to share and tag in persons. Please let us bow for a word of prayer. Let us pray. O loving Father, divine nature, thank you for helping us to come again to share what you have shown to us with the world. Please forgive us of our sins. Please help us by your creating grace through the faith of Jesus Christ, giving us your spirit of truth within our minds, that we may speak the truth that you show us and nothing but the truth, and that persons who look at this program may understand and may receive the relevant warnings and exhortations for their own safety and moreover for their salvation away from sin and sinning. We thank you for your grace and the knowledge that you have bestowed upon us, that we may know the facts from lies, from errors, and that we may not be deceived by Satan's deceptions, but that we may be aware of his devices and we may know how to keep ourselves from falling into sin through his deceptions, even in the area of health. And so I pray for wisdom and for humility and for your help all around, dear Father, as we do this program, that it could be of benefit to those who watch, that they would be edified, and that they would be greatly helped as you have helped us. We know the end is near, and we recognize that many other things that seek to cause us to fall, many other trials and the temptations, but you have given us knowledge through the faith of Christ and wisdom to know how to use that knowledge to help ourselves. And you have put your love in us that we may have that self-knowledge, sacrificial love to help others as well. So thank you, and be with us and give us success, is my prayer in Jesus' holy name with thanksgiving unto thee. Amen. Amen. Okay, so we right. So okay. Right. So we are coming to you live as usual on our various platforms. I'm asking you kindly to help us to share and tag persons. I see you coming in bit by bit. I will give my greeting shortly. Thank you for your patience. And with me, I'm Sister Anissa Batiste. With me are Brethren of Thusia SDA Church in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we also have some members who are in America on the Zoom call with us. Sister Karima Paris is here. Brother Calvert Batiste is also here via video. And maybe we will see the others at some point. We want to say grace and peace to you who are coming in on the live on Facebook. I'm seeing you bit by bit. Brother Cleveland, I see you. Brother Medina, Fourth Angel, and Sister Dell. Sister Amy Khan, of course. Sister Linda, Sister Dachel, Sister Azul, and Sister Amy. I see one by the name of Sumintra Ramdas. Also, Brother Michael Francis, Sister Alyssa, Sister Anne-Marie Edward, Sister Princess Lisha, Sister Angel, Nicholas, and family. Thank you for being with us. And as I say, please help us to share the live. We also are on our YouTube pages. Let me show you at the same time what we were looking at in terms of our flyer. We're live as usual on Facebook, Thusia Seventh-day Adventist Church and Thusian Institute for Religious Liberty, Inc. Those two Facebook pages. We're also live on Rumble. Our Rumble channel is called Thusia SDA Church. Thusia SDA Church. We are live on X or Twitter, Anissa Batiste X page. We're also live on YouTube channels Outreach Through Zion and Survival 960. Those are the two YouTube channels where you can find us now if you wish to follow via YouTube. Okay, Outreach Through Zion and at Survival 960 or Survival 960. Amen. Okay, and our topic tonight, as you may see on your screen, we'd like to look at some health updates or updates in the area of health and warnings. Okay, there are many things that we could touch. We will touch as many as we can. I endeavor to show you some of the latest things, and it constitutes also my response to some of the things that are taking place currently in our country, where I am, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as well as around in other places of the world, in fact. Okay, so let's begin by situating ourselves in scripture where Christ gave us warnings concerning matters that would affect our health, and this happens also as signs of the end. So turn with me to Matthew chapter 24, first of all. Matthew chapter 24. And then we will go to 2 Timothy and Romans chapter 1. So Matthew chapter 24. And in Matthew chapter 24, the introduction thereof and the rest of it, but Christ's disciples were asking him about the signs of the end. How will they know that the end is near and that his second coming is near? This was the fundamental question. If I should read verse 3, it says, Matthew chapter 24, verse 3, and as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? So here the disciples were asking Jesus Christ about sign of his coming and the end of the world. And many things are in the answers that he gave to them. Among those things, and the thing we want to zoom in on here tonight, is where he answers that one of the signs of his coming, pardon me, and the end of the world would be the presence of pestilences. Okay, so if you look at verse 7, he said to them, For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places. Okay, so here Christ is telling us, Christ is instructing by pointing to things that will constitute signs of his coming and the end of the world in answer to their question. So when we consider pestilences in the earth, we are to consider, and we see them increasing and we see it is more and more prevalent, we are to consider it is signs that Christ had already given us before, signs of his coming, which would be his second coming because he has come already the first time, and of the end of the world. Pestilences, he says. So when we look, for example, at what the world has gone through over the last 5 years with the COVID-19 pandemic, because that is what it was, we saw pestilences, we saw the damage that the COVID virus caused, and we also saw the great damage that the COVID-19 vaccine, because it is not a real vaccine, we saw the damage that the COVID-19 vaccine caused and continues to cause, because not only are in excess of 20 million persons dead, in excess, much more than that actually. It's a couple of years now we've been told it's about 20 million, and that figure was given based upon reports into the pharmacovigilance platforms or reporting systems, like VAERS, Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, and others around the world. That figure is based on what is reported into those systems. But in fact, those systems only capture basically between 1% and 10% of the actuals. So if we were to actually multiply that figure by 10, we would get way more. And we saw pestilences, and we are seeing pestilences because we have seen deaths, literally mortality, as we mentioned there, and we have seen many diseases of all different systems of the body, and we continue to see these things. People are very sick and dying. That's the reality. Because of the pestilences that were created out of this COVID-19 disease, this so-called virus that they put together, this chimeric product, this deadly spike protein, that nasty little thing, and also out of the vaccine itself. Because you mustn't forget, even the virus that caused the sickness, even that was engineered. It was put together, and that spike protein was, as it were, made, and it was deadly. So persons who got sick also got spike protein, and then came the vaccine, which made you even more sick and causes your sickness to last because it uses the mRNA platform that sends messages to your cells to instruct your cells to make more of itself, to replicate, to act as a photocopier. And so your body continually is making this spike protein if you have taken the vaccine, and that is just horrible. Now, these things are as a result of wicked and evil men in the earth who are inventors of evil things. So let us just look at 2 more scriptures to prove this. In 2 Timothy chapter 3, I read verse 1, the first portion of verse 2 and verse 13. 2 Timothy chapter 3 from verse 1. You'd see again Paul echoing what Christ had said, because in answering the question, Christ was answering what would be the signs of the last days, because he was answering signs of his coming, his second coming, and the end of the world. And now Paul, addressing Timothy, is telling us that in the last days, the times would be perilous and the evils will continue down to the end. So in 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 1, I start from verse 1, it says, "This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come." So the last days would mean the end of the world, right? The period into the end of the world. And here we are told the times would be perilous, like deadly, causing peril, which is really like death, destruction. We're not to look for things to get better and to improve. No, not so. The Bible tells us why. It is because of the deterioration of the personality traits of people in the earth. Verse 2 says, "For men shall be lovers of them, their own selves, covetous." So this extreme selfishness and covetousness, lusting for money, greed, seeking to make billions, in the case of the pharmaceutical company, seeking to make billions over people's health, people's lives. They don't care if you die. In fact, they make you sick with the things that they create. And they're no respecters of your rights, your right to life, and your right to have good health so that you could maintain your life. So they would rather give you things to make you help and make you sick, and have you keep coming back to them over and over for more things that make you more sick. And this situation is as a result of their own lack of love, selfishness, extreme selfishness, and covetousness, greed, and lust for money, which the Bible tells us in another place is the root of all evil. The lust of money is the root of all evil. Look at this evil here, that how long it will last for. Verse 13 of 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 13. "But evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived." So the situation will not get better. It will worsen. the presence of evil men with evil thoughts, with extreme selfishness, with covetousness, with lust for money, doing evil, it will wax worse and worse, that situation, and they will continue to deceive, and they themselves are deceived in their own positions because they think they are getting some benefit from this. They will die. The wicked will not go unpunished. God will pour out his wrath upon them. They're deceived to think that they could do it with impunity and get away, as we would say, or get off, because God will punish them. He will punish the wicked. He promises us, okay? Among or within the scope of evil things that these evil men do, that will get worse and worse in the end, are inventing evil things. So go to Romans chapter 1, inventing evil things. The Bible calls them inventors of evil things. Romans chapter 1, and I am reading from verse 28 for you to see what is at the root of this behavior. It is people rejecting the knowledge of God from within their hearts. Romans chapter 1, I read verse 28 to 29, a portion thereof, and then verse 30. So it says, Romans chapter 1, verse 28. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, see that covetousness there again, and wickedness and all unrighteousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder. Could you imagine? People full of murder, debate or contention, deceit, same, deceiving and being deceived, malignity or mischievousness, whisperers. Look at verse 30. Backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things. Did you see that? We could stay there. So look at the root in verse 28. They did not like to retain God in their knowledge. So when you see these pharmaceutical companies run by satanic Jews, Pfizer, Moderna, Sanofi, all these pharmaceutical companies are run by satanic Jews. When you look at who runs them, when you look at who are their CEOs, they are all Jewish. These are people who did not and who do not believe in Jesus Christ. That is why they are full of murder. That is why they are filled with all wickedness. That is why they are filled with all covetousness and deceit. And they are inventors of evil things, because that is what the COVID-19 vaccine, that is what vaccines, childhood vaccines, and other vaccines that they give to adults, even though they may not be mRNA, though they are changing to that, that is what all of that is. It is evil things that have been invented to destroy human lives, to destroy human health, and to make a killing in sales off of after they're finished deceiving the world into thinking that these things are safe and effective and good for them. And so we see a state of affairs in the world at the end where people don't want God in their knowledge, where people are extremely selfish because they don't have the self-numbness, sacrificial love of God in them towards their fellow men, where they are evil and wicked, evil men, the Bible tells us. They invent evil things and they deceive. And the result? Pestilences. So we'll be in a world in the end, in the last days, even now we see it, where we could see pestilences all around. You have to be so very careful. So very careful. As I was telling one person yesterday, and he did not know. You may not have taken the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, but then you go and you have relations with a woman who took it. She has spike protein in her body. She could pass on the spike protein to you. You could pass it on to her if, vice versa. Yes, and he said, really? He didn't know. Yes, through fluids, body fluids, semen, etc., even sweat, even perspiration, even saliva. And because so many in the world have taken this vaccine and are sick and have spike protein in their blood, listen to me, studies are showing all up to 3.5 years later, spike protein is in the body. Because of that, we are plagued in these last days with pestilences. Many people walking around with sicknesses in their bodies and sharing sicknesses too. Dangerous, dangerous or perilous times we are living in. And we ought to be more conscientious with respect to our health, our own health, and our health practices, seeking to improve, seeking to do better as we consider the weaknesses of the human body and what we are subjected to day by day in our interactions with sick people. That is just the facts. So what I would like to do tonight is to share with you different evidence concerning the problems we are facing in health and to give warnings by the grace of God. This is important to us at Thusia Seventh-day Adventist Church because I will just give this one statement here. We will come back to it after. Because we have been given a duty to preach the third angel's message. And the third angel's message and the three angels' messages call people to the keeping of God's commandments by the faith of Jesus Christ, having been justified by faith into the keeping of God's commandments. And in so doing, that is, keeping God's commandments, the Bible tells us in Revelation 14 and verse 12, the end of the third angel's message, it tells us, here is the patience or the endurance of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus. So we who must endure to the end, endure even the final crisis of the mark of the beast or the global Sunday law that is coming. We have to endure in the experience of commandment keeping, in sin-free obedience to all God's commandments. And we do this by keeping the faith of Jesus Christ or the revealed truths of Christ. Keep it upon your mind and live according to those revealed truths or the faith. In so doing, we will pay attention to our health. Because one of the commandments says, for example, thou shalt do no murder. And when people are negligent or careless concerning their body, concerning the health of their body, even taking substances into it which are not good for them, they are in fact murdering themselves, as it were. They are committing suicide. And that is a sin. That is sinning against God. So if we are to endure in these times and times to come, having no sin in no area whatsoever, and in every particular in our lives, having no sin or keeping the commandments of God, then we have to be educated, and we have to help to educate you by God's grace into how to keep from sinning in the area of health. Amen? Amen. Let me show you this statement here. Right, 2 quotations I'd like to read from Mrs. White. And then we begin to look at the things that we must touch with God's grace. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, grace and peace to you. Welcome. If you're joining our YouTube channels for the first time, please feel free to subscribe to our channel if you haven't yet done so. and to share with others. Sister White shows in Counsels on Diets and Foods on page 73 that the health message is very important to the third angel's message. She says here, and I quote, "When properly conducted, the health work is an entering wedge, making a way for other truths to reach the heart." When properly conducted, the health work is an entering wedge, making a way for other truths to reach the heart. When the third angel's message is received in its fullness, health reform will be given its place in the councils of the conference, in the work of the church, in the home, at the table, and in all the household arrangements. Then the right arm will serve and protect the body. So the health reform and the health reform message is called by her the right arm of the third angel's message. And the right arm will serve and protect the body literally and spiritually, because when properly conducted, that health work or that work of giving the health reform message, it will cause an opening way and an entering wedge for persons to come to receive other truths that the church is teaching, even the truths of the third angel's message. And so it works alongside, it works in harmony with, that is the health message, it works in harmony with the third angel's message or the gospel to bring people to Christ. And this we must practice in our church and in our homes. Notice she says, in the home and at the table. So this is also a call to us in my family, in my life, in your lives, in your families, in our churches, everywhere, a call to us to always be seeking to improving and making sure that we are practicing the health message by the grace of God. There are always things to learn. There are always things to adjust, things that you used to do, things that you used to use and you came to learn. They should not be used, and then you make the adjustment and you develop the habit and the discipline. There are always ways and areas of improvement, and it is important. It is just like Sabbath keeping, There must be Sabbath reform among us. We must always be watching to see how we are keeping the Sabbath and where we can improve and do better, because it is all about rising in our morality, right? It's all about rising to a higher standard of morality. And we would seek this, right? And we would seek this as a people who understand that we must endure keeping the commandments of God. We must endure in sin-free obedience to God's 10 commandments. So if we know that we have been lacking in any way in this area, let us take it and let us take it as an opportunity to get a refreshing and a reforming and a revival here, because it is very important. Ever so often I'm reminded, because I get calls from persons, just recently someone called, they wanted colloidal silver. But in asking for the silver, which I thought I was just making a sale, they said, and let me just tell you one time, thank you, because I am one of the persons who was reinstated on my job in the Ministry of Health. I said, oh, very good. So you didn't take the vaccine? And she said, no, I didn't. And it is because of your videos that I was looking at why I didn't take it. And the rest of the conversation included us basically saying, she was happy she didn't, because obviously people can look around them and see their colleagues are dying, their colleagues have died, and their colleagues are very sick, even at work. So she took the time to make it known to me that she had benefited greatly from the work that we had done in the area of health. And she was thanking me personally. We have persons continually calling for these things. I do not regret the day that I sought to pursue providing colloidal silver for persons to use to help themselves. And I want to thank Sister Alyssa for pursuing it, because when I gave her the recommendation, of course, first I must thank Brother Medina, because years ago he introduced us to it, telling us about the importance of colloidal silver. And I don't know, as probably as early as 2014 or something like that, if I could recall well. And I remember I wanted to do it at a large scale as a policy and health project in my country, but that the medium through which I was going to work, that didn't work out. But I didn't think it should discourage me from still trying. And I remember having early days conversation with Sister Alyssa, who then decided, okay, she would go and do research and she would look into making it. I was encouraging her to do so, actually. And one thing led to another, and we equipped ourselves with the relevant things that are needed to be able to do so. And it is very helpful. It is a very careful area, of course, and one must be responsible. And it is so good that we have all the evidence from people's use of it, from people's continual use of it, from people coming back for it, from people with their testimonies about how it has helped their children, young children too, adults, everybody, and able to say that, hey, you all helped me. And so this is an entering wedge for the truths of the gospel, for people to reach the truths of the gospel, or for them to have access to the truths of the gospel, even as they are grateful for the help that they got from the church. Sister White shows why it is so important by showing it is a matter of commandment breaking or keeping. In other words, it's a matter of sin or sinning or righteousness, what you do in your health, what you do in your body. She said in manuscripts 49, 1847, and at this time I was addressing the problem where we saw Adventist, Seventh-day Adventist health institutions, hospitals and universities and their physicians, pardon me, were recommending the COVID-19 vaccine, unfortunately. And this is what Sister White had to say. The transgression of physical law is the transgression of God's law. Did you hear that? The transgression of physical law is the transgression of God's law. Our Creator is Jesus Christ. He is the author of our being. He has created the human structure. He is the author of physical laws, as he is the author of the moral law. So the entire concern that we have as his people is rooted in the truth that he is our creator. He's our creator. He's responsible for this body, this human structure. He's the author of physical laws governing this structure, this human structure, as he is the author of the moral law. And the human being who is careless and reckless of the habits and practices that concern his physical life and health sins against God. So if we are careless and reckless of the habits and practices which concern our lives and our health, in that area too, we sin against God. Many who profess to love Jesus Christ do not show proper reverence and respect for him, who gave his life to save them from eternal death. He is not reverenced or respected or recognized. This is shown by the injury done to their own bodies in violation of the laws of their being. So each individual has a personal responsibility before God, their creator, to whom they'll have to give account and answer concerning what they do with their bodies. And if we do injury to our bodies, violating the physical laws of health, that God is responsible for as he's responsible for our physical structure, then we are not showing reverence, respect for, or recognition of him as our creator. And this is not loving him, but this is sinning against him. So we ought to pay attention to these things, and you ought to pay attention to these things, because no man could be saved in God's kingdom while sinning against him by injuring their bodies with the actions and decisions they take or do not take, as the case may be, being careless, being reckless, concerning their bodies, concerning their health. It is a matter of salvation too. Yes, my dear people. And so when you are faced with mandates and when you are faced with force, you need to consider that they will not answer to God for you. They'll answer for their own wicked inventions and for their deceptions. But you will answer to God for the choice you made. And this is why you ought not to be ignorant. You ought to be aware. You ought to be educated and make educated decisions and choices concerning your health, even considering the reason that God is your creator, that he rules over you, that you will have to answer to him for how you treat the body he created and gave to you to dwell in, and that you do not want to sin against him, because if you do, you cannot see his face. Amen? So, let us begin to go into the videos that I have prepared concerning health updates and warnings. And as I said, I endeavor in this presentation to share with you some recent things, and that's why I call it updates. Okay? There is much to learn. In fact, just today, literally a few hours ago, a Senate hearing was concluded on vaccine safety signals. And this included, and really Mexine, because they're talking about the COVID vaccines in particular. This was chaired and spearheaded by Senator Johnson. You know, he has been very vocal in that area. So we have, that was just hours ago, literally. I have a portion from it to share with you. Just yesterday, there was another committee hearing on the issue of the damage that aluminum causes in vaccines. We will talk about that too. Because you see, there is a push continually in our countries for people not only to still be taking COVID-19 vaccines, believe it or not, people are still going and taking boosters, but there's also a push for people to take vaccines, childhood vaccines, and to give them to their children. So we have to reprove the evils of these things. There is also a push for young children to be taking this HPV vaccine, which is deadly and which is based on a big deception, a claim, a lying claim that it could stop cervical cancer in girls and women. We'll talk about that as well. We'll talk about the damage that the COVID-19 vaccine continues to do in people and what studies are revealing. We will mention something about the childhood vaccine, measles, and a few others out of a discussion that took place 5 days ago between Laura Logan of her program Going Rogue and lawyer Aaron Siri, who works along with Delbic Tree and ICANN, the Informed Consent Action Network. And by God's grace, we will touch on some of the help that is available for persons who have been affected. Okay? So where do we begin? Let us begin in reminding ourselves of the conspirators behind, some of the conspirators behind the pandemics, including COVID-19, and the warning that they're trying to do this again. Now, whether or not they will have success, that is debatable. Many people don't believe they would because the world is so knowledgeable now about what happened in the last 5 years. People are less deceived, but you'd be amazed that there are still many people who are deceived. And so it is felt by many that they're not going to get through this time with that, but doesn't stop them from trying. And that is what they're doing. So if you haven't yet shared this live, please share it so that persons could come in and learn about what is happening, tag someone, share it in your different groups and so on, and let them learn what is happening. Let's take a look first at some of the clips are very short, right? Let's take a look first at this clip here. We have
Bill Gates.
Nicholas Hulshaw of the McCullough Foundation. He's an epidemiologist with the McCullough Foundation. And I have a lot of things from him tonight to share. And McCullough Foundation. From him and the McCullough Foundation, I should say. So look at the heading. Bill Gates was recently caught laughing uncontrollably while warning about imminent bioterror attacks as law enforcement shut down the illegal Las Vegas Ridley Biolab complex run by rogue operators. The same architects of the last pandemic are priming the world for the next one, the inevitable consequence of a world that never held them accountable. And this is a very important point because this is something that's very frustrating, that these people are not seeming to be held accountable. They continue to be there to persist. They're not jailed. They're not punished. They seem to get away with impunity. But we know whether they get their punishment here in the earth through the courts of men and so on, we know that God will punish them. The wicked will not go unpunished. Okay? But imagine this man. Imagine the kind of godless mind, the reprobate mind that Romans tells us that those who didn't want to retain God in their knowledge, he gave them up to a reprobate mind. Imagine the mind you must have. Talking about evidently your intent, your desire, which is to bring more pandemics, and you're laughing about it. It's sick, it's wicked and evil. But this is what it is.
Bill Gates consistently, he keeps going on podcasts warning there will be another pandemic, and he says this time it's going to be a bioterror attack.
So I'd probably put bioterror, which is a really awful.
So they're going to admit it comes from a lab this time.
Did
and
you see
yeah,
that?
here in this video next to me, this was
You see how he was laughing while he's talking? Just a little clip, but take note. Watch it again. Let me play it again for you.
Bill Gates consistently, he keeps going on podcasts warning there will be another pandemic, and he says this time it's going to be a bioterror attack.
So I'd probably put bioterror,
You see
which
that?
is a really awful.
Awful
So they're
and
going to admit
laughing?
it comes from a lab this time. And yeah, here in this video next to me, this was the illicit Las Vegas basement biolab. Federal authorities raided it last week, and thankfully it doesn't appear there was anything too bad in there, just some containers, some mysterious liquids. People went in the garage and they reported feeling very sick. So, I mean, we really don't know what was in there, but this particular lab was linked to the Ridley Biolab in California, which was seized a few years ago, and they had Ebola. They had a freezer labeled Ebola. They had humanized mice. They had COVID-19. And so, you know, we don't know what the main threat's going to be, but it's either from a basement biolab like this or the government-funded, government-ran, and nonprofit-ran biolabs. Both of them pose similar risks.
Wow. Wow. So this is what you could expect from these evil inventors and evil, godless men. To them, it's all joke and fun because they know they are deceiving. They know that people are being deceived and they are benefiting. They are making money, making a killing in sales, etc. That is an evil, evil heart. That is wicked heart. That is a satanic heart. You get pleasure out of wickedness and people's demise. Did you know that even the Epstein files pointed out, pardon me, even the Epstein files pointed out that Bill Gates and Fauci were planning years before for these pandemics? Yes, my dear people. Let's go to the next clip. Like I told you, some of the clips are very short, okay? And then we have a little longer ones that we want to look at. Look at this. Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein began planning pandemics in 2011. DARPA began developing mRNA injections to quote-unquote stop pandemics in 60 days in 2011. I'm reading out the information on the screen for you because it's a part of how he does his education. So what was shown in the Epstein files? 2011 to 2017, there were emails and texts between Bill Gates and Epstein discussing pandemic simulations and vaccine funding structures. Could you imagine this? 2011, DARPA launched the ADEPT program, aspiring to quote-unquote stop pandemics in 60 days using mRNA injections. 2019, Event 201, co-hosted by Gates Foundation, simulates a global coronavirus pandemic weeks before COVID. 2019, eh? But you see how long they were planning. 2020 to 2026, half of the global population receives at least one dose of an mRNA injection, resulting in millions of casualties. Do you see, my dear people? Let's take a listen.
This whole thing appears to have been planned. The Epstein files came out recently, and, you know, Epstein, Gates, JP Morgan, all these individuals were working on vaccine profiteering constructs back starting in like 2013. They were discussing pandemic simulations. DARPA, ADEPT P3 program in about 2012. That project was basically to develop pandemic countermeasures using messenger RNA. And then we got up to 2019 with Bill Gates, Gates Foundation, John Hopkins, Event 201.
Yeah.
You know, they were doing a pandemic simulation 2 months before the pandemic began with all of like the corporation head CEOs, basically to say, you know, this is what
the
we're gonna
deputy
do.
of the CIA was there. Yeah. So.
My God. This is why, you know, what ideally should happen is that every nation should really investigate what happened with COVID, you know. Investigate and see these things and see the facts that are out there so that they do not go blindly again and follow the WHO, the World Health Organization, and follow PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization, and CARPHA, the Caribbean Public Health Agency. And I'm mentioning those in light of our realities here in the Caribbean. Every nation that we just went through that situation there with the COVID-19 pandemic, everybody should really investigate and see what happened. And I'm talking about from a governmental level, so that they can see who were guilty, who was responsible, and not just go about business as usual, trusting WHO and PAHO and CARPHA. But you see, those things wouldn't really happen like that. Because in many cases, if not all, these nations stand to benefit from these organizations, and they do not want to go against them. This is why you have to take matters of your health into your own hands and do not trust your governments. I'm coming to that some more when I deal with this issue of the HPV vaccine and even childhood vaccines. Let us take a look at a developing situation in America, you would think that with all that they have learned and that they know, because they've had all these testifying before Senate, Senate hearings and things like that, we see that the chief players in the last pandemic, they have been either moved, they've either resigned, they've gone on to some other jobs. People like the CDC director, Rochelle Walensky, who lied so much about, if you're vaccinated, you wouldn't get the virus and you wouldn't be able to pass it on and all these kinds of things. You would think that with all that America has gone through, they would know that going forward, they should be careful about the kinds of individuals they have working in key positions. Everybody rejoiced to see a person like RFK Jr. Become health secretary, health and human services secretary, HHS, because they knew something about his stance with respect to investigating vaccines and so on. But now, what has Trump done? Let me read for you his Truth Social post. I am pleased to announce, this is Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America. I am pleased to announce the new leadership of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. It is my honor to nominate the incredibly talented Dr. Erica Schwartz, MD, JD, MPH, as my director of the CDC. And he goes on to give, all her glowing qualifications. She's a medical doctor and things like that. And she said she's a star. Okay? Why am I bringing this to the fore? And let me just read the last paragraph here. He said, these highly respected doctors of medicine have the knowledge, experience, and top degrees to restore the gold standard of science at the CDC, which was an absolute disaster focused on quote-unquote mandates under Sleepy Joe. Together, they will do a tremendous job leading the CDC as we continue to make America healthy and great again. President Donald J. Trump. What's the reality with this? I'm focusing on this nominee here because a few others are mentioned, deputy director, etc. But the director now, the new director that Trump has nominated, Dr. Erica Schwartz, she doesn't have a good reputation when it comes to mandates and the same vaccines and vaccines. So when he says that, oh, they'll be, they're going to restore the gold standard of science, and he says Sleepy Joe, referring to Joe Biden, was an absolute disaster focused on mandates, he's not being real, because you're putting someone there who they call the vaccine queen, because she herself was involved so much in encouraging and advocating for mandating of vaccines and vaccines upon people. So that naturally and understandably, people in the area of health in America, all the what they would call health warriors and so on, they're upset. They're disappointed. They can't understand what Trump is doing. And they're afraid that her presence is going to even disrupt what RFK Jr. is seeking to do. That's why I tell you can't trust them. Yeah, he may have removed mandates for military persons since he has gone there, but you're going to take somebody who policy-wise is for mandates, for vaccines, for pushing vaccines, and put them to be the new CDC director. Well, you just imagine what that would mean for your countries, who usually, when anything major happens on the world scale, they come and they tell you the CDC said, the CDC says, the FDA has advised. You just imagine what that would mean for you. Let me just play this one out and then I'll take a few of your comments. So you'll see the person who he chose and you would hear, here it is, here she is. A person made a meme, obviously. Trump CDC pick, the queen of mandating vaccines, and they put below mandated smallpox, anthrax, and flu shots on U.S. forces with threats and discipline. This is the person who's going to deal with Sleepy Joe's mandates, Trump. You hypocrite. I can't stand the hypocrisy, frankly speaking. Yeah? Let's hear what people have to say about it. At least two commentaries.
Somebody in the White House executive branch thought this would be a good idea to literally pick the queen of mandates. Like Erica Schwartz is the queen of vaccine mandates, right? So she was literally directly involved in mandating smallpox, flu shots, anthrax shots on our U.S. forces. And for those that didn't comply, she put in those orders, she put in those mandates that they would face discipline. We got to find out who was involved in this pick because there were so many other choices, in the medical freedom movement that would have had absolutely fantastic CDC directors.
Well, the new pick for the CDC director is a nightmare. This is from Nick Holscher. Meet your new CDC director, Rear Admiral Erica Schwartz. She mandated almost every major vaccine on civilians and military members, forcing smallpox, anthrax, and flu shots into US forces with threats and discipline for those who refused. Yes, that is Trump's CDC pick. Nick Holscher's meme there says the queen of mandating vaccines. Bit of background here from Aaron Siri. He was responding to Donald Trump's announcement about this new pick, saying it is incredibly ironic that real Donald Trump would write that his pick to lead the CDC will, quote, restore the gold standard science at the CDC, which was an absolute disaster focused on mandates under Sleepy Joe, when his pick is the queen of mandating vaccines. She has, with threat and force, mandated almost every major vaccine on civilians and military members, including mandating injection of smallpox, anthrax, and flu vaccines into US forces and disciplining those who refused. The only thing she is likely to restore is the CDC to business as usual, cheerleading for industry instead of being a regulator over industry. So it's very clear that they're not interested in our health. It's very clear that no one is coming to save us. A lot of the promises that were made through the Maha movement, and really, by the way, the Maha coalition that came across with the addition of RFK Jr. into the administration, which many would say is what won this previous election, a lot of that is not actually going to come to fruition. So what we need is a better way.
Right, you heard that. Sister Karima had asked me if they're still giving, if people are still taking boosters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I can't confirm for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, although I have been reliably informed that there are still COVID vaccines, or COVID vaccines rather. They are vaccines. There are still COVID vaccines in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Could you imagine that? But a friend of mine yesterday was telling me, he's in the US, Brother Charles. He was shocked at some of the information I had showed on Monday in the early part of my study. And in responding to me, he had indicated to me that even right where he is, people are still lining up for boosters. And he is so shocked by it. So you see, it's one thing to have a conviction concerning what you should and shouldn't do about your health when you're not converted. But you see, not being converted, it makes a lot of difference because there are people who will still go and do what you would think is most unreasonable and crazy. And how could they? And they will still go and do it, right? They will still do it. Now, Brother Tommy says this won't be good at all. Sister Ria says this is so outrageous. Absolutely. So outrageous that you would take somebody like this woman, okay, who is known for that. I mean, everybody knows if the whole health area was in uproar. They were like, what? Somebody like that? You couldn't get somebody different? Well, that augurs not well for the kind of advice, or quote unquote advice, I imagine that they will claim to be given. And what an interesting thing that at that same time, while you have that development, and we're still researching this because we can't see the text of the bill as yet. Suspect it's because it is very new. Usually that's the case. When a bill is newly introduced, you don't get the full text available as yet on the Congress site. But interesting that around the time when you have this new pick a nominee for CDC director, which people think she will be confirmed. Trump's pick, that's Trump's pick. Somebody who has a history of pushing mandates for all these poisonous vaccines. You have now Congress introducing a bill into the House of Representatives to plan for influenza pandemic. Let's take a listen to this.
You're going to want to listen up. 19.4 billion federal influenza pandemic bill introduced. And it's a 12-week jab machine, nationwide testing grid, and federal vaccine confidence propaganda system backed by permanent funding with no sunset clause. Congress is advancing legislation that commits at least 19.4 billion over the next 5 years. And they're doing this to build a standing nationwide influenza response system spanning vaccine development, stockpiling, testing, and guess what? Public behavior campaigns. The Trump administration has already allocated $5.5 billion for a future influenza pandemic through their minibus bill. I wonder what they're planning, since it's the same administration that this happened before. The move comes after President Trump selected a military influenza pandemic policy architect, Dr. Erica Schwartz. This lady. The government is orchestrating a multi-billion-dollar influenza pandemic response while funding the creation of chimeric influenza pathogens in gain-of-function experiments. The same problem-solution playbook used before the you-know-what pandemic. Also, Moderna announced that it will begin injecting 4,000 U.S. and U.K. adults with the company's investigational mRNA-based H5 pandemic influenza vaccine candidate.
So, Trump's government is putting money still into gain-of-function research, which is basically to make viruses more deadly, more capable of killing people, easier. They're still putting money into that. Putting money into this preparation for flu pandemic. Why? What do you know? What are you doing to bring it about? We know already. Okay? That's why we say pandemic, because they plan it. And here you have Moderna. Why is a company like Moderna, whose vaccine had to be taken off the market, at one point because of the damage it was doing to people? Why is Moderna being allowed to do studies on people in the UK and the US using mRNA pandemic influenza vaccine? After everything we know about what the mRNA does, that is what you're going to allow? I tell you, this world is so full of wickedness, and you cannot trust these people. They get off with impunity. So many people have died and suffered from taking Moderna, taking Pfizer's COVID vaccine, and you will let them develop a flu vaccine, a flu mRNA shot to give to people and have them injecting that into people, 4,000 US and UK adults, as a study? Are you mad? Are you crazy? This is what is happening. So you sit down and you think, okay, I put a different government there. They will do different. No, not even Trump, who took away the mandates from the officers and gave an apology and gave them their back pay and reinstated them. Not even him. They're not doing any better, because look at what they're doing here. You understand? The name of the bill is Protecting America from Seasonal and Pandemic Influenza Act of 2026, H.R. 8447. So a bill introduced into the House of Representatives. I have not seen the text as yet, the full text of the bill, because it's not on the site, right? This was somebody in the Substack writing, and this lady was reporting from reading out the Substack article. This is horrible.
Part of a phase 3 study. And they also just announced that another of its jabs has been granted marketing authorization by the European Commission.
You see wickedness again? You can't trust the UK. You can't trust America. They're letting their adults be injected with Moderna's mRNA flu vaccine that it's invented. You cannot trust the EU because the EU Commission gave Moderna emergency use authorization for another mRNA flu vaccine that it has come with. You see what I'm telling you? Look at there. It's called Mcombriax, mRNA 1083. Moderna has also just announced that another of its influenza jabs, Mcombriax, mRNA 1083, so it's an mRNA flu shot, had been granted marketing authorization by the European Commission. This is the level of wickedness. It's just more diseases and more sicknesses are going, and more deaths are going to be in those people. And why would the EU Commission? This is the same European Commission where you have Eudra Vigilance, a pharmacovigilance reporting system where people within the EU could send in their adverse reports on their adverse reactions to the COVID vaccine, etc. These agencies were reporting so many adverse reactions and deaths over the period during the COVID vaccine and the COVID pandemic, and you will still give out EUA and marketing authorization for the same Moderna who are among the culprits, the evil inventors. You think they care about you? They don't care whatsoever. It's the money that is passing and the financial arrangements that they have that are propelling them. Not care for individuals and their rights and their freedoms and your health and your life.
Bill Gates did say that this next one was going to be worse.
That's the point. So, with all of this happening, I am appealing still in my country, for example, you need to repeal forthwith the amendments that were made to the Public Health Act in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the relevant and supporting statutory rules and orders that were passed to mandate the COVID-19 vaccine upon workers in this country, frontline workers, because the government has changed. It's a new government. The former government was removed, and thank God for that. But you are there 5 months now, and why would you retain laws that cause the hurt and damage of so many people in the country? And you have indicated to us you're not going down that same path because you have reinstated the workers. So why take so long to repeal those laws? You seem to be interested in everything else but that. Why keep, one person said to me, why keep Ralph's transgressions before you? Get rid of it. What if they come with another pandemic next week? What are you going to do? Because now you have to hear what America is saying. You have to be concerned about what CDC is saying. You have to be concerned about what FDA is saying. And by the way, you have the same chief medical officer who was chief medical officer under the previous administration, who caused so much hurt and damage by her advice and by her position, by her pronouncements in this country. Following CDC, following FDA, following PAHO, you have that same person in position as chief medical officer in our country under new administration. So whose advice you think she's going to give? If a pandemic were to be announced by the World Health Organization next week, she's going to take CDC's advice because she's wrong and strong. She tells herself she didn't do anything wrong. We all know the things you had to say, for example, about Anissa Batiste in private. Because I found out. So this is not somebody who has humbled themselves and say, well, boy, I made a mistake and I have to be careful not to do that again. We have to do more research independently at home here before we advise. No, they think they did everything right, despite what all we have told them and what we have showed and what has been revealed in the evidence out there showing that we were right and they were wrong. So when you have these same officers, these same agents operating and functioning in those high and important positions, what kind of advice you think they're going to give to new government? When, as a matter of fact, it came out in the media that when the workers were being reinstated here, this officer was raising concerns about that policy of the new government, raising concerns about whether or not they could actually do that because a case had gone through the court and the Court of Appeal had ruled in favor of the government, and that was the current law. And raising concerns around it as if to suggest that the new government could not be right to be reinstating certain workers. That's the kind of people we have there to give advice. And that is why you have to watch out. Because until those laws are removed, frankly speaking, you are not safe, even though you are reinstated. It's horrible. It should never be the case, but it is the case in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Okay? Brother Tommy says poison shots coming back in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, I can't say much about that, but clearly, if there's another pandemic, we see the position of your government in Trinidad with respect to America. We know the big support, right? Yes, Ciceria says we must remember Trump is Mr. Operation Warp Speed, and he refused to ever say that it was a mistake. Correct. That is true. That is true. I saw somebody reminding Johnson and they about that today on X because, you know, they want to blame Joe Biden's administration. But remember, even before Biden, Trump is the one who was responsible for that. And that is true. Sister Karima said, Trump pulled out from the WHO, yet this bill seems to serve the WHO pandemic preparedness goals to some extent. So what is the sense you pull out from the WHO then? See? Sister Christina is saying they may have gotten the call, quote unquote. I understand you, Sister Christina. Okay? It's horrible. It's just horrible. The whole point about it is you just cannot trust them. You can't. You do so to your own detriment. They're not converted. They have other interests pertaining to money, wanting aid and different support from these same institutions to keep their government floating and going. And those are the things that determine their actions by and large. Yes, my dear people. Now, I will leave that for after. I want to go to the issue of the HPV vaccine. HPV vaccine. Because, well, I have spoken about it since the year began. I did 1 or 2 programs within my programming times on a Wednesday night. And I also prepared a program for SVG TV, St. Vincent and the Grenadines Television, local TV station, on the matter. Because this was one of the frustrating things with the new government in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where they just continued from the previous government and continued to propagate and promote the HPV vaccine for young girls and boys in the country. I showed you all that. Let me sort of bring you up to date on something about that. So they continue. We saw posts from all last year, end of November, December, January. And just yesterday, I saw another post. This month is some sort of vaccine month or vaccine week or something, again, coming down from the agencies above. And because of that, the government, you know, in their faithfulness to WHO and so on, they put on a program for Vaccine Week or Vaccine Awareness Week. And one of the vaccines they're pushing continually is the HPV vaccine. So this comes off of our very St. Vincent and the Grenadines Health, Ministry of Health Facebook page. And you see they have hashtag minding the cervix. And they say here, now listen to the deception, deceiving and being deceived. The HPV vaccine is available at health centers across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Visit your nearest health center today, ask questions, get accurate information, and stay up to date. Protect today, prevent tomorrow. So the lie is that it will protect you from getting cervical cancer. It will protect the young girls from getting cervical cancer. And they say the boys can get cancers on their privy and all the rubbish. And a set of nonsense, because it is not true that taking the HPV vaccine could protect them from getting cancers. But this is what they claim. Listen to what the officer has to say And then we will see what else is on the clip there.
The HPV vaccine is a safe, proven way to protect against
Oh.
cancers like cervical and throat cancer.
What? What? The HPV vaccine is proven to be a safe and effective way to protect from those cancers. Proven how? Show me the 11-year-old and the 12-year-old. Or show me the woman whom you gave it to at 11 years old, 12 years old, 15 years old. Who at age 40 something, 50 something did not get cervical cancer because she took it when she was 12 and 13 and 14 and 15. You can't. You can't. Because the children who just started taking it in 2017 at 11, 9, 11, 12 in St. Vincent, they haven't even reached the age where cervical cancer normally comes in women. The year hasn't even come yet. You cannot say that it has been proven. Even in America, where they started taking it a little earlier than us, it cannot be proven. It wasn't even proven when they did whatever trials to bring it to market. They couldn't prove it. They did not do the trials against the claim of proven to protect, because you could never prove that. You need so many years for that person who first took it in 2006, 2007 in America, Gardasil, 2017, 2018 in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, or 2014 for the first time. You need how many years after 11 years old, 12 years old? That person has to be 40 something, 50 something. And even if you say that some get it a little earlier at 30 something, you still haven't covered that period to be able to know, tracing that individual from age 11, to be able to know if they did not come down with cervical cancer because they took the vaccine back when they were 11. So how could we be selling these lies to our populace? Because it is just talking points that WHO and PAHO and CARPHO give to them, and they buy it and they lick it up whole scale and they tell you, but there's no evidence of this. Let's just listen to it again. Oh my God.
The HPV vaccine is a safe, proven way to protect against cancers like cervical and throat cancer. It is best when taken early, but it's never too late to take charge of your health. Visit your health center today and get protected. Your decision makes a difference.
Get protected. This is all lies.
Welcome back. Was several Indian tribal...
Look at what happened in India. Never forget. But you know what hurts me? Governments don't learn. Because this, what I'm going to show you here, or remind you of that, what happened in India was 2009 or something like that. And do you know India today is doing the same thing? Pushing HPV vaccine.
Welcome back. Was several Indian tribal girls used as guinea pigs? The report alleges that two American pharma giants' untested vaccine was administered to thousands of tribal girls without proper study and paperwork.
India was among the hardest hit after Bollywood celebrities were incentivized by the Gates Foundation to urge the public to submit to mass vaccinations. In 2009, tribal children were administered the HPV vaccine. Over 24,000 girls were told they were being given wellness shots, in many cases without the informed consent of a parent or a guardian.
The people that were administering these vaccines lied to the guardians of these girls and told the girls, oh, this is going to cure cancer, you're never going to have cancer. And these girls became severely injured. Some of them developed seizures, some of them developed cancer. And 7 girls died. And there was no insurance, there was no assistance for them. And the Gates Foundation denied that it had been clinical trials. And it was so bad that the parliament in India created a task force, they studied it, and they kicked out the Gates Foundation.
But India is a barbaric country. Things happen here in a very barbaric way. But I was surprised to find an American organization operating in broad daylight, doing things in a very, very, let's say, Indian fashion. And so the route I took was that I want the whole procedure to be investigated. The Indian Parliament formed a committee, and it was to me a rather surprising move because you generally don't often have such a high-level inquiry into matters affecting poor people. And that was such an extraordinary report. I don't think Indian Parliament has ever come out with such a scathing report. And the government officials came up and said, we shouldn't have authorized this. We're sorry. We're not going to allow them again. And now they're back doing their same old tricks.
And even more recently, here is an officer, here is an official from India. This is on X, February 2026. And she is warning against the push now in 2026. Because you see, it's a push generally around the world. They want to, it's as if, it's not it's as if. What I was going to say is that it is as if they haven't done enough damage with the COVID vaccine. But you see, when you understand how what they have put into people with the COVID vaccine, how what now when they ask you to take more shots, even if they're not mRNA, how greater damage is done because of what you already have inside you, for example, or what you have already been exposed to. So here we see this Indian official. The headline says HPV vaccine should not be included in the national immunization program because that's what they're trying to do right now in India. Vaccinating vulnerable girls is a crime against humanity. Let us hear what she has to say, and I'll show you an example.
Dear friends, at the outset, I wish to state that the human papillomavirus vaccine should not be given as a preventive measure for cervical cancer. It should not be a part of the immunization schedule for children under the National Immunization Program. As per the Supreme Court of India, no one can be forced for vaccination. It is a violation of the Right to Life, Article 21 of the Constitution of India. As per the Delhi High Court judgment, informed consent of parents is a must. Informed consent means parents have to be told about the death-causing side effects of the vaccine. This vaccine has not been proven to be effective in the prevention of cervical cancer.
That's right.
The factors leading to cervical cancer are more socio-economic in nature, which needs to be taken care of to truly prevent cervical cancer. The factors like women of a low-income group, malnutrition, poor hygiene, oral contraceptives, multiple sexual partners, early marriage are factors that contribute to the incidence of cervical cancer. A vaccine that has not been proved conclusively to prevent cervical cancer is not the answer in caring for the women who develop cervical cancer following infection with the papillomavirus. The infection itself, when it occurs, is self-limiting and easily curable. It may lead to cervical cancer in a few vulnerable women. Mandating vaccination of young girls with the vaccines is a gross social injustice and a crime against humanity. This is again a ploy of the global elites to control the masses, rather than being a measure for the health and wellness of our women. The dangerous side effects of the vaccine also pose a major threat to the life and wellness of our girl children and women. One of the underlying agendas of the vaccine is to cause infertility in these young girls and women.
You hear that?
In studying the literature available on the HPV vaccine, it is evident that it is being pushed on the people for the profits it garners for the pharma companies rather than the well-being of our women. Therefore, the common people should educate themselves on the vaccines with the information that is freely available and refuse to be used as guinea pigs or objects of profit for the pharma companies and endangering the lives of our children for the purposes of the global elites.
Yes.
Thank you.
You see, oh Lord, why they don't listen to us? We are not making up stories. We are not inventing things. This is happening in different places of the world right now here, February 2026. And you have officials there giving counsel and saying, no, we should not be giving our girls this thing, and saying the same things that we are telling you. So what? They are some crazy Tusians too? We don't even know them. They don't know us. These are just the facts scientifically. The thing has not been proven safe and effective. In fact, it is unsafe. It is causing infertility and other problems in young girls. You have no proof it will stop cervical cancer. So it's a lying claim that you're making that it will protect them from cervical cancer. And it is the pharmaceutical companies and the wicked elite, the satanic Jewish rich international bankers and owners of these pharmaceutical companies, these sorcerers who are making money. Don't give it to our girls. Certainly. Don't try to put it on no childhood schedule and to mandate it. But don't give it at all. And parents need to recognize that you all must listen to the evidence we present and listen to what is happening around the world. And do not follow the Ministry of Health. Don't listen to them. We have nothing against any nurse personally or the minister or anything like that. But the point is they don't do their research. They just follow WHO and PAHO and CARPHA. And they follow them to our detriment. And to your detriment if you listen to them. So this is what is happening in India right now. Watch me. Look at this next post. April 23rd, Awaken India movement. What do they say here? Madhya Pradesh, April 2026. Ramleela, daughter of Govardhan Singh, has been severely injured by the HPV vaccine. You hear what I'm telling you? Right now here in India in 2026, April. Girls being injured by the HPV vaccine and people are reporting it on the internet. Her health started deteriorating following HPV vaccination. And even after 1 month, her health conditions haven't improved. And you see the person is tagging very familiar people in America in the health area, like Mary Holland, the same lady who just spoke there in the clip from 2009 concerning the damage that Bill Gates did when he did his experiment. And this Mary Holland, we met, Sister Liz and I, in America when we went to that HPV vaccine education symposium because she's one of the authors of the book, HPV Vaccine on Trial. We have the book here. And you see the people talking about what's happening, damage happening to their girls now in April 2026, and they're tagging Mary Holland. She also is a lawyer. The video that follows, it sort of blots out the child's face a bit, and it is
HPV टीका लगने के बाद बालिका की
and it is in their language, but it's short, and I let it play, right? There was no video. I didn't see a video with English subtitles, but they're talking about the damage, and they will show you a little portion of the shot. And then there's a slide that was posted by someone with the information, which I will read out to you after to let you know what happened to the girl.
HPV टीका लगने के बाद बालिका की तबीयत बिगड़ी। एक मासूम बच्ची की जिंदगी वैक्सीन लगाने के बाद दांव पर लग गई। खिलचीपुर क्षेत्र के पीपलेपुरा गांव के एक पिता ने स्वास्थ्य विभाग पर गंभीर आरोप लगाए हैं। उनका कहना है कि HPV टीका लगाने के बाद से उनकी बेटी की हालत लगातार बिगड़ रही है। गोवर्धन सिंह तंवर की पुत्री रामलीला को करीब 1 महीने पहले HPV का टीका लगाया गया था। परिजनों का आरोप है कि टीका लगाने के तुरंत बाद से ही बच्ची की तबीयत खराब होने लगी है। बच्ची को लगातार चक्कर आना, उल्टियां होना और बार बार बेहोश हो जाने जैसे गंभीर लक्षण दिखाई दे रहे हैं। पिता गोवर्धन सिंह का कहना है कि उन्होंने राजगढ़ जिला सरकारी अस्पताल सहित निजी अस्पतालों के चक्कर काटे और अपनी जमा पूंजी इलाज में लगा दी, लेकिन 1 महीने बीत जाने के बाद भी बच्ची की हालत में कोई सुधार नहीं है। फिलहाल बच्ची की हालत गंभीर बनी हुई है। इस मामले ने स्वास्थ्य विभाग के टीकाकरण अभियान पर भी सवाल खड़े कर दिए हैं। क्या यहाँ वाकई टीके का रिएक्शन है या कोई और वजह है? आमतौर पर HPV टीका कैंसर से बचाव के लिए सुरक्षित माना जाता है, लेकिन इस मामले में बच्ची को 1 महीने से अधिक समय तक समस्या रहना रिएक्शन या वैक्सीन से जुड़ी जटिल समस्या की ओर इशारा कर रहा है। गोवर्धन सिंह का कहना है कि उनकी जेब अब खाली हो चुकी है, लेकिन उनकी बेटी की सेहत नहीं सुधरी। सवाल यहाँ है कि आखिर इस गंभीर स्थिति के जिम्मेदार कौन है? राजगढ़ में पीड़ित की जवाबदेही लेने को कोई तैयार नहीं है। मैं नितेश, राजगढ़ जिले की तमाम छोटी बड़ी खबरों के लिए बने रहिए पहरी न्यूज के साथ।
So look at this, right? You see this slide? Okay. 14-year-old girl. Village Kanayakupam, Vilupuram district, Tamil Nadu. Vaccine administered HPV vaccine, Gardasil 4, a single dose free under the Government of India's national program. And that's another thing. They like to offer you things free and make you think that because it's free, it's good, eh? Don't love free things. Don't run after free things. Free doesn't mean it's good. Vaccine date, 30th of March, 2026. So you see? Vaccination site, Kanai Government Hospital. Symptom onset, 3 to 4 days after vaccination, approximately 2nd to the 3rd of April 2026. Reported symptoms, listen to this. Listen to what happened to the girl. Complete loss of voice, body not functioning, or one-sided neurological impairment, unable to walk, eyesight severely blurred. ICU admission, yes. Oxygen tube, nasal tube, urinary catheter, bilateral IV drips, bedridden. And this is 8 days as of reporting. Prognosis reported by the doctors, 90% chance of not walking again. 10% survival. Described as equivalent to death. Did you hear this? And this is a very recent case. A case of recent as April 2026 of the damage of an HPV vaccine to a young girl in India. My God.
Cassandra, when I
Eyesight
listen
blurred.
to those things, I was saying it's as if the woman that the child died dead, and look at there is the prognosis report here. And who is really listening? Who is listening when they see these things? It's as if they shut their ears and their eyes so that they will not even be able to see. It is not for talking's sake. The reality is out there that these injections damage people's health. They are not good to put in people's body, and it is false advertising to say that the HPV vaccine is going to prevent the cervical cancer. But they don't care. They just want to go along, and who get injured is just in their mind, as they would always say to people.
Somebody giving an update on the 14th of April on X. They said they were basically repeating these same things here on the slide. And then they said the family is in severe distress. Her aunt had taken her for the shot. They say she had initial dizziness that seemed to settle, but then symptoms worsened dramatically. They are angry that no pre-vaccination tests were done and are pleading with the Tamil Nadu government for better treatment. You see? So sometimes when you hear them just tell you, oh, she might just get a little pain by the injection site, and oh, you might just get a little fever, but it will pass. The apparent little reaction turns into something greater after. And you have to be careful. Don't give your child this thing. First of all, it doesn't stop cervical cancer. Nobody could prove that. I ask you, I ask on Facebook, I say, just ask them. Present you with one proof of one person in this country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, one female, because they only now start to give it to males. Present you with one person who took it when they first started to give it in around 2014. They were giving it at that time to 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds, as far as I recall. Tell them, show you one young girl who is now older at the age where cervical cancer comes, and it didn't come in them because you're saying it. They took the vaccine in 2014. They can't show you. 2014 to now is how many years? 12 years. 26. 12 years. 12 years. if a child is 11 in 2014, 12 years later, she's at least 23 years old. That is not when cervical cancer comes in women. So if your 11-year-old took it in 2014 when they first started rolling it out, and they rolled out more in around 2017, yeah? Let us say let's go with the earlier date, 2014. Your girl took it, she was 11. In 2026, 12 years later, she's 23. Cervical cancer doesn't come in women until all in their 50s. And even if you say, well, all right, some girls could get it in their 40s. Even if you say in their 30s, nobody reached that age yet who got it in 2014, sorry. So you have no proof, none whatsoever. And so the whole thing is based on a lie. And they would rather experiment on people's children. You know, who are they trying to please? What are they trying to prove? I could tell you the quota. Oh, you want to show PAHO and they who gave us the things for free or whatever. We want to show them that we have 50% uptake in the HPV vaccine in St. Vincent and Grenadines. Oh, St. Vincent did well. We have 50% uptake, or we have 60% uptake, because they do reports after and they complain if they haven't done well, because we found a report in the early days, a report that was done after their first effort. I think that was the one in 2017, and they blamed us. We know they were talking about us because they say we went on television programs and said it will kill girls. We were the only ones doing TV programs exposing the exposing the HPV vaccine. We were the only ones showing footage about girls who died. So they do reports after, and they want to show that they have done well. Done well by whose standard and for whom and for what purposes. For whatever gain and benefit they get, whether it is more medication, more money, etc. They want to show their masters that they have met the quota they gave them. And that is why you can't trust them to take care of you, because at the end of the day, they're not concerned about you telling them you did well, you know. They're concerned about their masters telling them they did well. And maybe their ministry or their department getting top department in the region or some foolishness like that at the end of the day, on the expense of and at the risk of damaging your child. You better wake up, because you will answer to God. Okay? So this thing is going on all now. And we are getting reports and we are getting information about the damage it is doing to children. In this case, we just showed you there in India. I'm going to play another report. This one is an article. They have an audio with the article. This is about HPV as well. I want you to hear this one. One moment. And this is again happening in India right now. So you see, because of the enlightenment, there are those who are pushing back, like the woman I just showed you there. And Brother Medan and others pulled out an important point. Here they are telling you, here there are officials in India who know that the HPV vaccine causes infertility in the girls. They're not telling you that from the Ministry of Health. In fact, they might go and tell you Anissa is lying. But it is the truth. It has happened to girls around the world. But you think they're looking for that? They're not looking for those things when they're advocating it to you. They're not looking for those things. They don't want to say that anything is wrong with it and it will cause damage to you. So look at the headline here. And again, this article was published on March the 5th, 2026. The same month, the girl in India got damaged. Okay? March 30th, she took the vaccine, the HPV or the human papillomavirus vaccine, the one that they claim will stop people from getting cervical cancer because it will deal with the HPV or the human papillomavirus that they say is responsible for the cancer. Health official calls for review of India's massive HPV vaccine campaign. What? So you see, I'm telling you, they're just following the crowd. So we started off the year. In fact, it was brought over from the previous administration, because I showed you all that last year, the end of last year, when the new government came in place, the Ministry of Health just continued what they were doing under the previous government. And they have this campaign going. Not them alone. India doing it too, for example. Check out your country and see if it's the same thing in Trinidad and Tobago. A lady did contact me when I did one of my earlier programs this year, telling me she wanted information because, and she was from Trinidad, because that her daughter in her school, they were encouraging them to take it. Let me read. Health official calls for review of India's massive HPV vaccine campaign. Danthi Narasimha Reddy, PhD, visiting senior fellow at the Impact and Policy Research Institute in India, called for an independent scientific review of the country's 90-day campaign to give free HPV vaccines to an estimated 150 million teenage girls. Citing past issues with the vaccine, including 7 deaths, I showed you that in the 2009 report, citing past issues with the vaccine, including 7 deaths in a previous HPV vaccine trial, Reddy said screening for cervical cancer is safer and more effective than the vaccines. In other words, what the people call pap smears. Okay? So listen to this. This is a readout of the article that was provided by, this is the Children's Health Defense reporting here, March the 5th, 2026.
India launched a national HPV vaccination campaign for teenage girls last week, sparking outcry on social media and a critical response from public health experts, including one who called for an independent review of the campaign. Prime Minister Narendra Modi kicked off the campaign, which will target 150 million girls, on February 28 in Ajmer, Rajasthan. For 90 days, government facilities across the country will offer a single dose of Merck's Gardasil for vaccine, free of charge to 14-year-old girls. After that, the facilities will provide the shots on routine vaccination days. The Indian government is partnering with the Gates Foundation-backed Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, which since 2023 has given the government hundreds of millions of dollars to add the HPV vaccine and the typhoid conjugate vaccine to India's national immunization schedule.
Why would the current government still take money from Bill Gates after his experiment in 2009 caused so much harm to the girls, killed 7 girls? You see what I'm telling you? And I saw one of you asking earlier, why isn't he in jail? You see that they can't trust these governments. You will still go in arrangement with Bill Gates' Gavi Alliance after what you suffered in your country. The lives of these 7 girls, it didn't matter. The damage to how many ever more. It doesn't, you don't learn anything from it. That's why I tell you, you cannot trust them. You must remember, you know. You must remember. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Bill Gates' face was seen in our Grenadine Islands around the time of COVID. Nobody tell me no. I know people who saw him with their own 2 eyes because they live on the island that he was visiting. And the talk is that he met with government and opposition officials. The talk is that money was passed to all sorts of agents in the country to push it in the media, etc. Talk is that he was in Grenada too. But even if he didn't come, you must remember, who funds the WHO? Who is the major funder of the WHO? It is the same Bill Gates agencies. 80% of their funding come from Bill Gates. So what is going on here is at the end of the day, your government is really following Bill Gates when they follow the WHO. You think because a new government is in office, they're going to sit down and say, well, the Tutans were right, Bill Gates is a wicked man, he did so, and we're not going to bother with them. No. It would take radical governance. It would take government that is so single to the respect for the rights and freedoms of the people and determined that they will find alternative ways to help their people with medicine, etc., and not afraid to try and not afraid to go that route. and not afraid to get help from other nations, unconventional, etc., not afraid to go against the WHO, it would take that for you to see any kind of radical change in that area in your government. As long as they continue to follow the WHO, as long as they continue to follow PAHO and CAFA, they're not going to do any better. And this is what is happening. So this is so unfortunate. Listen.
The campaign launch comes 13 years after another Bill Gates-backed organization, the Program for Appropriate Technology in Health, PATH, violated Indian laws to covertly test Gardasil and GSK's Cervarix vaccine on 24,000 Indian girls ages 10 to 14. The government suspended the project in 2010 following protests over the deaths of 7 girls who took the vaccine. The Parliamentary Standing Committee on Health held an inquiry into the issue. Danti Narasimha Reddy, PhD, visiting senior fellow at the Impact and Policy Research Institute, called for an independent scientific review of the latest HPV vaccination campaign before it moves forward. In a March 1st letter addressed to Union Health Minister J.P. Nadda, who was a member of the committee that investigated the PATH debacle, but also launched the new HPV vaccination campaign alongside Modi, Reddy raised critical scientific, operational, and health concerns about the campaign. Reddy told the Defender he felt compelled to intervene in this new national vaccination campaign after India's disastrous COVID-19 vaccination campaign.
That's right.
The fiasco that we witnessed with COVID vaccination, wherein Indian citizens were forced to take vaccination, and the laxity in following procedures of approval and vaccine administration, led me to put things straight and upfront, he said. Reddy alleged there are serious and long-standing concerns in India with the HPV vaccine. It has been pushed by a multinational NGO, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, whose boss said India is a good experimental ground. He said the new attempt to roll out the HPV vaccine is riddled with problems. There is no transparency. No response to calls for accountability. In the aftermath of COVID vaccination, the government says this is also voluntary. But the Prime Minister himself leads the vaccination, which invariably turns out to be a government-imposed vaccination, in a country where government has a larger-than-life role, especially in rural areas and among indigenous populations. The announcement also triggered a wave of protest on social media. Reddy said a large sector of civil society is concerned about the rollout. HPV vaccine should not be included in the national immunization program. Vaccinating vulnerable girls is a crime against humanity. PIC at twitter.com/RMWZY9PJT0. Awaken India Movement, at Awaken India, February 28, 2026. Wrong vaccine, wrong target, no oversight? The government's press release said that India accounts for 25% of global cervical cancer deaths, with over 120,000 new cases and nearly 80,000 deaths annually. Health officials said the vaccine will be 93% to 100% effective in preventing the disease. However, Reddy said in his letter that not a single Indian state has published baseline data on cervical cancer incidence or HPV prevalence.
Not a single
Without
state.
baselines, he said, outcomes cannot be measured, and the program's effectiveness can't be evaluated. That doesn't make sense for an annual program set to cost 13 billion rupees, or about $141.6 million per year, he added. Gardasil 4 is designed to stop 4 strains of HPV, but there have been 26 distinct types identified among healthy women in one Indian state, Uttar Pradesh. 30% of cervical cancers are related to HPV strains not covered by the vaccine. According to Reddy, there is no systematic HPV genotype surveillance among the target population. That means the type of HPV vaccine the campaign decided to use is based on disease case data, not circulating field-level strain data. He also said there is no clear mechanism for adverse event reporting. There are no district-level measures cited for adverse event reporting, no paper-based reporting methods for offline areas, and no mandatory public disclosure of aggregated adverse event data. Absence of reporting is not safety, he wrote in his letter to the health minister. The campaign also ignores India's nutritional context, he said. India's 14-year-old girl population tends to have high rates of anemia and malnutrition, which could impact vaccine efficacy and adverse events, yet the campaign doesn't require any nutritional or immunological screening before vaccination. The women who die from cervical cancer in India are typically between 30 and 49 years old, he said. Yet screening rates among this age group are only 1.9% to 2.2%. Universal screening using low-cost, available technology would save more lives, sooner, at lower cost, he wrote. He told the Defender that corporate and commercial interests drive the government's investment in vaccination over screening. Priorities of government on public health are redefined to suit the program of one single multinational foundation, which finds India is an ideal ground for experimenting its global agenda of profiting from vaccination. 7 deaths, India's troubled HPV vaccine clinical trial history. In his letter, Reddy also raised concerns about informed consent.
Okay, let me just pause a
HPV
minute. Now, he is raising a lot of important points here, and I hope you are getting them. Because here, for example, he showed that not because you have low reporting or hardly any reporting of adverse reactions to the vaccine doesn't mean they aren't happening. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for example, we were at great pains to find out if there was actually a kind of VAERS, or vaccine adverse event reporting system here during COVID, because we kept asking and you really couldn't find any until eventually the Ministry of Health mentioned something about sending in reports to the WHO. But there was no place you could go as a regular citizen, like online, as how you could go and look at VAERS or look at Vigilance or look at the UK Yellow Card Scheme. There was no place online where we could go to see what people are saying about their experiences having taken the COVID vaccine in terms of adverse reactions. And in fact, the chief medical officer downplayed it, gave the impression that everything was okay. People just had a little soreness at the injection site or a little headache. You know, tell them to take some paracetamol before they take the shot, so that by the time they take the shot, the paracetamol would kick in to deal with any pain and things like that. And he's making the point, and it's true, because some might say, but how come we haven't heard about girls who are sick and things like that in St. Vincent? You don't know? Who are they going to report it to? Who's taking those reports? Who's interested in hearing those reports? And then secondly, he made the point that certain health conditions in the children, and he is speaking particularly of the situation in India, where he says around those ages, those children tend to be anemic, and another condition he mentioned. And he was talking about how the vaccine could react in situations like that and make things worse. I remember in the early days of our research on this vaccine, we even learned from studies that they saw that if you didn't screen the girls before to see if they had already been exposed to the particular virus, the particular strain, you potentially made things worse for them by giving them an HPV vaccine, having not screened them before. Screen meaning check them out to see if they already had a particular strain. Not only through sex you can get it, they talked about how you could transmit it through things like sharing a towel, fluids, again, body fluids and so on, kissing and things like that. And it was shown in studies that if the child already had the strain that you were given the vaccine for, or that vaccine had elements of that strain in it, then you would actually make the child sicker. You would make it worse for them. Nobody is checking your children. They're just telling you it's safe and effective. Give your girl child, go to the clinic, let them take it, and that's that. All those things are very dangerous. And then he's mentioning the point that, and this is a point of deception right through. When you hear them say safe and effective in stopping cervical cancer, many times what happens is that they encourage girls, or they encourage women too, yes, still go and do your pap smear, still do your pap smear, even though they're telling them to take the vaccine. Now they know, the authorities know, that the pap smears, or what they call screening to see if you have any precancerous lesions, that would help you to discover any precancerous lesions early, and then you're able to treat those early. And you those persons who do that hardly likely or ever go on to develop any cervical cancer. So because they know that the pap smear or the screening works, they will tell you take the vaccine, but still tell you, still go and do your pap smear, still go and do your pap smear. So that in the end, they use those statistics and they conclude that it is the vaccine that stopped the cancer in the women, when in truth and in fact, it was regular screening, whether it is yearly or twice yearly, that caused the women to discover any pre or early cancerous lesions, and it was dealt with, and that stopped them from going on to get cervical cancer. They would use that deception. Okay, that is what they would do. That's why they would tell them still do their pap smears. Why are you telling them that for? You already told them the HPV vaccine will stop them from getting the cancer. Of course, the danger there too is that those who listen to them and believe that it will stop them from getting the cancer, and therefore they don't need to go and do any pap smears anymore, those persons now are at risk of actually getting precancerous lesions, them becoming worse because they were not discovered because they didn't go and do the screening of the pap smears, but they were depending on the deception that the vaccine could stop them from getting the cancer, and then they end up with the cancer because the very vaccine gives you cancer. So it is wickedness, wickedness, wickedness all around. You hear me? Let's continue.
Vaccine programs' informed consent materials are available only in Hindi and English, but India has 22 officially recognized regional languages. That variation requires local language materials developed with community participation, not centrally designed PDFs adapted by overstretched state machinery. Informed consent has long been at the center of concerns over HPV vaccination in India. In 2013, the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Health published a damning report on the Gatesback HPV demonstration project that PATH began implementing in 2006. In early 2010, media reports surfaced about the deaths of female children in the Khammam district of Andhra Pradesh after they got the HPV vaccine as part of the PATH trials. PATH described its work as an observational study. But the Parliamentary Committee and independent experts concluded it was effectively a clinical trial, since it involved invasive pharmaceutical interventions on human subjects, and thus should have followed all clinical trial regulations. The committee concluded PATH used this misleading label to avoid regulatory scrutiny, with the commercial goal of getting the HPV vaccine included in India's universal immunization program. The committee noted egregious violations of informed consent. In Andhra Pradesh, hostel wardens, who manage residential educational facilities, signed 2,763 consent forms on behalf of girls' parents, and witness signatures were missing from 69 of 100 sampled forms. In some cases, the date of vaccination preceded the date of consent, suggesting forms were filled retroactively. In 2007,
Wow.
India's top medical research body, the Indian Council of Medical Research, signed a memorandum of understanding with PATH to help introduce the HPV vaccine into India's government immunization program, even though the vaccine wasn't approved in India until 2008. 7 people died during the trial. The committee that first investigated the scandal dismissed all of them as unrelated to the vaccine, citing causes like suicide, accidental drowning, and viral infections. But the Parliamentary Committee found these dismissals to be cursory and inadequately investigated. The committee also found that the Drugs Controller General of India, a position similar to the Commissioner of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, initially recognized the project as a clinical trial requiring regulation, yet he became a silent spectator, as his agency's own rules were violated. The committee found the Drugs Controller's approvals of the clinical trials and import licenses to be irregular. PATH used the logo and infrastructure of the National Rural Health Mission, a government program, to lend false official credibility to what was a privately run trial, according to the report. It used government funds and personnel without authorization. PATH had operated in India since 1999 without obtaining the mandatory approvals from the Ministry of External Affairs or the Ministry of Home Affairs, obtaining only backdated and partial clearances years later, the committee found.
Okay, right. So, I see your comments. Thank you very much for all your comments, right? This is the reality around the world. Now, look at this here. Just look at this picture. We saw that 14-year-old in India in 2026 who is, sorry, who is like dead. Unfortunately, the prognosis isn't good at all. 10% survival. But there are actually girls who have been killed. Look at this headline here. Mothers of 2 girls who died after Gardasil HPV vaccine sue Merck. Merck is the company that makes Gardasil. Then you have GlaxoSmithKline in England who makes Cervarix, another HPV vaccine. These 2 children here that you are seeing, these 2 little girls, Sydney Figueroa and Isabella Zugi, they were killed by Gardasil. We're told the mothers of 10-year-old Isabella Zugi and 14-year-old Sydney Figueroa filed wrongful death lawsuits against Merck, alleging the company knowingly failed to warn the public and medical providers about the risk of injury or death from its Gardasil human papillomavirus vaccine. This was in 2024. They filed death lawsuits against Merck. You could imagine, we're saying to you, your girl children can die from taking these HPV vaccines. We have scientists, pathologists whom we met who looked at the body after and saw evidence of the HPV strain that was in the vaccine in the body of the child. Professor Dr. Sinhan Lee, for example. In this case, we have the mother of one of the girls just speaking briefly about her experience. We are warning you and we are begging you to take heed. Do not give your children this HPV vaccine.
How do you make air?
This is a little girl before she died.
You make air by weather. How do you make clouds? Water vapor. How do you make heaven?
Wow.
Clouds. How do you make clouds? Water vapor.
This child is
How
dead.
do you make water vapor? Water and wind. How do you make
She was 10 years
water?
old.
You make
This is her
water
story.
by God. Done.
She said you make water by God. This is a part of the Children Health Defense work.
My name? Yeah. Christine Zugi.
As a mother.
Yes. Isabella.
And how many children do you have?
2. Isabella was a twin.
Oh, wow.
You have twin girls, and I presume if they went for their Gardasil shot, that you were up to date on all your shots with your children?
Yes, fully vaccinated.
So you believed in the vaccination schedule, the doctors?
Yes, I trusted them.
And what made you get them that Gardasil shot? What did they say to you?
Hey, to prevent cervical cancer in the future, we have Gardasil 9 out. This is something that everyone should get, boys and girls. You know, it's a way to prevent cervical cancer. And if you do it now, you only have to get 2 shots. Whereas if you wait, you're going to have to do 3. I trusted that if it is out there, we're being told it's to prevent cervical cancer. I trusted that it works. And it's something, you know, relatively new and invented that comes out there. We just lived through COVID. Hey, we have this COVID vaccine that will prevent, you know, you from dying. And if cervical cancer can kill, I'm going to do anything I can to protect my children. It was within about 20 days, Isabella started having headaches, which she didn't really have a history of headaches. But they would only last, you know, a day or so here and there. She would complain about them. And then there were what we thought was, just a typical virus. She's in 5th grade. She's going to school. There's a lot of sick kids around. And it'd be on and off. She would heal. I would take her to the pediatrician, of course, every time she wasn't feeling well. And within a couple days, she'd be okay. She'd go back to school. We thought she was okay. And then mid-October, she had what we thought was a pretty nasty virus, more like a flu. Extreme fatigue, headaches, fever that went up and down a bit. She stayed home from school Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I believe it was Thursday, went back to school, and then wound up throwing up at school. Said she had a headache and came home. The following day, the rest of the day, she actually seemed okay. Thought maybe it was the end of it and we're turning the corner, and we were scheduled to go up to Pennsylvania to visit family and friends. It was actually a surprise for them to go trick-or-treating with their friends up there. It was Friday morning, woke her up, everything was fine. Get in the car, just like siblings will do, they're arguing the whole way there. Everything's completely normal. Surprises our old neighbors, because we used to live in Pennsylvania, and had a great time. Saturday, she wasn't feeling good, still a little fatigued, and was complaining about a headache. Still playing with her friends, but took some time to just be by herself, which is not like her. She was always fully involved with her friends, playing, making videos, playing Roblox, whatever, making YouTube videos. So the next day on Sunday, when she woke up, she's like, I still have a headache, Mom. So he said, we're going to urgent care. We're just going to have them check it out. She didn't have a fever at that time, I believe. And when we got there, they said, hey, this seems like a pretty severe headache, so we do want her to go to Children's Hospital. So we immediately went. They did not seem all that concerned. It seemed like, okay, she's got a pretty big headache. Does anyone in the family have migraines? And her father does suffer from migraines. So they treated her for that, monitored her for a little over an hour, and she was like a new kid. I have a picture of her with a thumbs up sitting there. We thought everything was fine. Went back to the friend's house, she went out for ice cream. She had her chicken nuggets. She was playing, making videos. And then that night, since we were sleeping at a friend's house, she was sharing a bed with me. And sometime early in the morning, she was just complaining and said, I can't sleep. And I thought maybe that was a side effect from the medication they gave her for the migraines. And I turned over to her, and she was swinging her arm, laying in bed, but like swinging her arm up in a very odd motion. And I said, Isabella, what are you doing? And she's like, I just have so much energy. And she's like, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I said, okay. And she got up, and I just heard her crash. She fell forward off of the toilet. And when I got to her, she was fully covered in sweat, and she could not get herself up. She started yelling for help. The neighbor came in. We got her back sitting up on the toilet, immediately called. I have instant access to Teladoc on my phone and got a doctor on. And they said either call 911 or get to the hospital closest to you, whatever you think is faster, which would be driving where we were located. So she could not walk on her own from that moment on. I had to pretty much carry her down the steps because her legs weren't working. Rushed her in there with a wheelchair, and they did immediately take her back. And that was Halloween morning. And while we're there, she was laughing and joking about taking pain medication. They were giving her like liquid Tylenol because she had a headache. And then she just seemed tired, would go in and out of sleep, and then she ripped her clothes off, screaming, personality change, drastic personality change. Couldn't comprehend what she was saying. They did a spinal tap. They wound up doing 2 spinal taps the entire time, but ultimately she was transferred to a different hospital, same network, just a different location with a NICU or PICU, pediatric intensive care unit. And she was admitted. And Halloween of last year is the last time she spoke. And then within 48 hours, she was on a ventilator. It's an excruciating pain, but ultimately encephalitis, brain death. November 5th. Just trusted that I was doing the right thing, trying to protect my girls.
How is her twin doing?
She's getting by, but she lost her built-in best friend. She loved being a twin. They argue like any other sibling, of course, so there's good days and bad days. But she tries to be strong. I think for me, really, and her dad. But there's just times, especially, at their age, he's 11 now and in 6th grade, and, you've got the school drama. So whenever anything happens with her friend group, it hits her extra hard. Because she usually could come home and she has her sister. And now she doesn't, and she's suddenly an only child. I blame the pharmaceutical company of not being truthful. I don't think there's any education of either whatever the ingredients are in there, the actual risk that this could result in death is not something that's told. Even if it could change someone else's mind, people have to know this happens. This could happen to them. I feel sad that, other people are also living through this. You're not supposed to bury your children. And I would be what you consider a very normal life. The COVID vaccine, the reason I didn't give those is because it was so new. It freaked me out. I personally got 2 doses because it was highly recommended at work, and I would have to go through all the hoops. I didn't feel comfortable knowing that it had just come out for adults at first, and then the children's version was even more new, is the reason I chose not to vaccinate the girls for COVID. But Gardasil had been out for quite some time. It's not the first I heard about it. I've seen the commercials. It's been around. Just do your research. Don't make the same mistake I did.
We would hope that when people see these things, that they will take note and don't take the risk. This is what we would hope, but these are the living realities of these people. And as I told you, this mother and another one, they are suing Merck, the company that made the Gardasil. They have filed wrongful death lawsuits against the company. Where will they get through? Will they get justice? And what will justice be anyway? Their children are dead. So you be warned, okay? You be warned by God's grace. This is why we bring this information to you. All right? Now, I'm going to show you some more information about this off of a TV program that I had shared in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are reminding you because this is what is happening here, at home here, and there may be other countries that's going through this. And so earlier this year, I'm just going to go past, there was a little introduction like, okay. There's information in this program that will help you. So please pay careful attention. This is educational. I see Sister Marva answering Brother Tommy that the pharmaceutical companies are murderers, and that's true. Sister Amy says, do not trust the sorcerers. Do not trust the sorcerers. Sister Ford Deja is upset. She says, one might say this is just a few adverse cases and it's no big thing, but just one such case is enough to stop killing people with these nasty experiments. I'm so mad right now. People, please, you all have choices for your children's health. Do not put them through this horror. And yes, Sister Creamer made the point that look at all those things that that 10-year-old child went through. Encephalitis, brain swelling, and all sorts of different things, having to be on a ventilator before eventual death. That's what you risk watching your children go through. Okay, the mother is saying that she thought she was doing the best for her children. Well, hey, you don't have to make the same mistake. You could learn from her. She also was deceived by the point that they would point back and say, oh, well, the HPV vaccine has been around for a long time. So she thought because it has been out for a longer time than the COVID vaccine, for example, it was safe. No, not because it's been around for a long time means it's safe. That's the deception they give to when it comes to the childhood vaccines. And they say, oh, but vaccines have always saved people from this and that. And oh, the polio vaccine and this vaccine and that vaccine. And for years, we've had vaccines and it didn't do anybody anything. And they deceive you with that claim as well. Because nobody ever, before now, in a large way, nobody ever really came out. And when I say no, I don't just mean in 2026. But, you know, in recent years, until that time, people weren't really studying and exposing the evils and the realities of even the childhood vaccines. So let's take a look at this video here. Grace and peace to you all. Welcome to another edition of Escape for Thy Life, which is brought to you by the Thusia Seventh-day Adventist Church. I'm Sister Anissa Batiste. Let's begin with a word of prayer. Gracious Father, we are thankful for your mercies towards us all through 2025 and for bringing us to 2026 and for allowing us to be able to come to the people again through SVG TV. And we ask for your special blessings upon them as they look at this very important program and listen to it and share with friends that they may know the truth and not be deceived and that they may make the right decisions for their health and their salvation. In Jesus' name, amen. And now, my dear people, I'm Sister Anissa Batiste for Thusia SD Church, and we are grateful to God for having given us another opportunity to come to you. We want to say a blessed, holy, sin-free 2026 to you all. In today's program, which we're happy that we're able to bring after a while, and we do apologize for the fact that towards the end of 2025, we weren't able to come to you consistently. It was as a result of many different things, including different changes related to programming during the whole election period. But we're thankful that we can come to you once again. In this evening's program, I want to share with you some short videos that I did recently to educate and warn you against giving your children the HPV vaccine. I want to emphasize this. Now, we are very grateful to God that He has removed the tyrant of the Ralph Gonsalves administration. Why are we grateful? Because we told you that they were terribly wrong against the rights of God and against the rights of the people with that COVID-19 vaccine mandate that hurt so many people. And that vaccine that hurt so many lives because people died from it. We have personal experiences where our own family members died. And we know that God punished him because He saw that he was not listening to counsel to stop persecuting the liberty of conscience right of God's people in the land and of the people generally. While this has happened and God has been true because the wicked has not gone unpunished, we want to warn you, because as new government is in place, there are things that we have to still tell you which are wrong. For example, the continuing of the policy to push HPV vaccine upon our children. Now, I produced these videos originally for TikTok, but I want you to take a look at them because they're so very important. In the first video, I want you to understand that the claim about the HPV vaccine, or the vaccine that they say will deal with the human papillomavirus and therefore stop cervical cancer, or cervical cancer as we know it, the claim is not true. Take a look at this very important video educating you. The Ministry of Health, under the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, past and present, has been promoting something called the HPV vaccine for women, girls and boys in particular, 15 years of age. This human papilloma virus vaccine is being said by the Ministry of Health to be a part of their elimination of cervical cancer program. Take a look at this video from Dr. Damaris Batiste on behalf of the Ministry of Health talking about it.
Good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Damaris Batiste Sylvester, GYN oncologist at Milton Cato Memorial Hospital. I am also the focal point for the cervical cancer elimination program that commenced October 1, 2025. And we are joining with more than 190 countries as we celebrate Cervical Cancer Elimination Day. There was a global call for countries to join with WHO in eliminating cervical cancer by the year 2030. St. Vincent and the Grenadines answered that call, and we are currently in the pilot phase of the cervical cancer elimination program. This program focuses on having 90% of our boys and girls vaccinated by ages 15, 70% of the women between the ages of 30 to 59 screened for HPV, and having 90% of our women with precancerous or pre-invasive disease treated. To eliminate cervical cancer in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we are aiming to have 4 or less new cases per 50,000 women. That is our goal for the year, or by the year 2030.
Notice the major claim that it will stop cervical cancer. Who is behind it? The World Health Organization and PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization, encouraging our ministries of health to give young girls and boys this vaccine. Notice this, that they want 90% of our 15-year-old girls and boys to take this vaccine as a part of their cervical cancer elimination program, and that their agenda is to see this happen by 2030. Now, my dear people, the major question is, are these claims true that the HPV vaccine could actually eliminate cervical cancer? To you, no, they don't know. They don't know that it can do this, because when you look at the time that the HPV vaccine was introduced onto the market and the ages that they give the vaccine to girls and the time that girls will develop cervical cancer if they get cervical cancer, it is too far down the road for them to determine that the vaccine has stopped the cancer. In fact, it has never been proven. A girl gets HPV vaccine at 12, 13, even 9 in America. And if you give her at 15 now, she would have to wait until she's average 50 years old. And even if you say, well, she can get it earlier in her 40s, or she can get it earlier in her 30s, that's an additional 15 years, an additional 20 years on top of the age 15, an additional even 30 years before you can know if she went on to get cervical cancer, and if the HPV vaccine she got at age 15 had actually stopped her from getting that. And in the trials that they did, they could never prove this, because it did not follow the trial participants for as much as 40 years later, 35 years later, to the ages of 12 and so on, that they tested when they did it.
11, 12-year-old girls. So it is impossible to know. It has never been proven. But furthermore, look at this story of Erin Crawford, who was interviewed by Ty Bollinger in his Truth About Vaccine series a few years ago, where she tells her story of how, one, she took the Gardasil HPV vaccine with the hope she wouldn't get cervical cancer. And not only did she come down with the cervical cancer, she also got an HPV infection, which she did not have because she had screened before and she was negative. She did not have at the time of taking the vaccine. Take a look.
Now, back to the Gardasil vaccine. On May 18th, 2016, the FDA held a meeting of the Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee. That's a mouthful, the VRBPAC. I found the summary document on FDA.gov, and on page 13, I discovered some important data. The Gardasil vaccine actually appears to increase cancer risk by 44.6% in people who are already carriers of the same HPV strains, which is 16 and 18, used in the vaccine. In other words, it appears that if the vaccine is given to a young woman who already carries HPV in a harmless state, it may activate the infection and directly cause precancerous lesions to appear.
That's right.
The vaccine, in other words, may accelerate the development of cancer. This is exactly what happened to Erin Crawford.
So Erin, share with us, if you could, a little bit about your experience when you were at the University of Louisville.
Yeah. I worked in the Student Health Center, and they approached me and said, hey, there's this new this vaccine that prevents cancer, and it'll stop you from getting cervical cancer. Would you like that? And as someone who had just buried 3 family members in about the year and a half prior to that from cancer, I said, sure, right. Whatever it takes. And so I got it from my desk and followed the nurse into the exam room and got a shot and went back to work for the rest of the day, and I think probably some classes in through there, and went back to my dorm that night, went to bed, woke up in the middle of the night that night vomiting. And that continued for a few days, and then extreme fatigue, muscle pain. My limbs felt like they weighed 1,000,000 pounds, and then they were too heavy to move, and it was just, I couldn't get out of bed. And then I had tonsillitis out of nowhere. I'd never had tonsillitis before, which is where my tonsils swelled up and closed my airway shut. I had to go to the hospital, and I think I was given a steroid injection and some antibiotics and all of this stuff, and then a couple weeks later it happened again. Okay. And the vomiting and the tiredness and the fatigue, it just never stopped after that point.
So, and then this was immediately after the
it was within about 12 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it didn't stop, it continued.
It continued.
When you went to the physicians, what did they tell you? What was causing this?
Just some virus. You've just got some virus, Okay. No connection to the fact that I just had some viruses injected into me.
Did you let them know that you'd just been injected with the vaccine?
They asked if there anything different and I said, no, well, I got this shot. Oh, that's not it. That's not it.
Okay.
Yeah.
They just kind of blew it off.
Completely blew it off. And then about 6 months later, my menstrual cycle completely stopped, and I knew I wasn't pregnant. And so I went for some tests, and I found out that I had neuroendocrine carcinoma of the cervix, stage 3, so stage 3 cervical cancer.
Stage 3
and that's the disease that the vaccine's supposed to prevent.
That's the disease the vaccine is supposed to prevent. My tonsils would swell. I mean, you could see them out here. The lymph nodes up the back of my head were swollen. It looked like like some sort of dinosaur with bumps up the back of my head. Okay. So it definitely, whatever was going on was affecting my lymph system. Okay. And I just continued being sick. And finally, tonsillitis at one point got so bad, I went crying. I mean, I was just a mess. And in the emergency room, and they brought in a ear, nose, throat doctor, and he took one look and he said, these need to be removed now. And I ended up having an emergency tonsillectomy, which I did at that time request that the tonsils be saved. Saved and sent to a pathologist, which is where they tested positive for the 3 strains of HPV that are in Gardasil. When I had the last part of my cervix removed, I saved that just like I did with my tonsils and had it tested, and it tested positive for HPV 16 and 18, which I had actually tested negative to prior to getting the vaccine.
Wow.
And HPV 16 and 18 are in the vaccine.
So the vaccine gave.
So I don't know how you can deny
you got
that.
that except through the vaccine.
Right.
See that?
Yeah.
See, this is evidence here. This is proof. She literally took samples from her tonsils and her cervix where she got cancer in, and they tested it and they found the very strains of the HPV, because there are different strains of the virus. They found the very strains of the HPV in her tissue from her tonsils and her cervix. And it was not because she had the strains before, because prior to taking the vaccine, she tested to see if she had the strains and she didn't. But they found the very strains that are in the vaccines. They found the very strains inside of her tissues. So she got the cancer from the vaccine. It is established. It is clear. It was the same thing Dr. Sinhan told me in America when I interviewed him, and he said he had to do a pathology work on a boy as well who had died. And he found the strains from the Gardasil inside the boy. This is facts here. People need to beware.
I couldn't get out of bed. I almost failed out of school, almost lost my job, just because I couldn't make it to class. Walking to class, and U of L campus isn't that big, but walking to class, I would just get sick. I can't tell you how many times I threw up walking across the campus. You know, it was embarrassing. And it just continued, just the overall sickness, fatigue. And then went in, at this point I was going in every 3 months to my OBGYN for checkups, tested positive again.
Okay.
At this point, the rest of my cervix was removed, and I was told I wouldn't have children, or I wouldn't be able to carry a child. They said, you might be able to get pregnant, but carrying it without a cervix is very, it's questionable.
Yes, my dear people, this is serious. We cannot have our Ministry of Health advancing policies of WHO PAHO to our people with lying claims. And I am saying, it is time enough we do research. It is time enough we look at policies properly and educate ourselves and look at what's happening around the world and the experiences of different people in the world before we push these policies from these institutions upon our people. Remember what happened in COVID. We followed WHO, we followed CDC, we followed FDA, we followed PAHO and CAFA. And what did we get? A bunch of dead people in St. Vincent and Grenadines after taking COVID vaccines, a bunch of sick people in this country after taking COVID vaccines. Do not do it. The former government did it. We warned them in 2017, my church and I, we warned the government of Rav Gonsalves. We sent a letter. I'll show you these things in my next programs. We sent them a letter. We sent them videos to show them the dangers of Gardasil and the other HPV vaccine is Cervarix. We did TV and radio programs. We spoke to people. We educated persons. And I think by and large their program was not very successful. But now in 2025, they're back with it. And it is a policy direction that the new government has inherited from the old one. And I'm appealing to you all, take a look at this policy and put a stop to it. Because when you do the research that we have done, you will find too that this thing is deadly. And also, it's a lie. It cannot eliminate cervical cancer in our children, in our girls, in our women. Please don't give it to them. It works damage instead, as we saw from Erin Crawford's story, and there are many more stories that I'll be sure to bring to you. God wants you to prosper and be in health as your soul prospers. And he tells you don't even put your trust in man nor your confidence in princes, but trust in God. Do your own research. Check out what I'm telling you about, and you will see. And may the good Lord continue to bless you and help you to make the right decisions for your health, praising God who created your body and created the children's bodies and whose temple they are. Amen.
Yes, my dear people, did you see that? Now, if you haven't called a friend as yet and told them to tune in, you need to. In the next video, we want to look at the question, who really is behind the push of the HPV vaccine? We hear our governments telling us about it through the ministries of health. The past government did, the present government is doing it too. And they're telling us that PAHO and WHO told them to do it. But who really are these agencies and who's behind it? Bill Gates is one of them. And I want you to take a look at facts concerning his influence in history. It hasn't been good. Take a look.
Let's take a look at this evil man behind it.
We do have great vaccines coming along, like RSV. We've got the HPV vaccine that will protect a generation of girls from cervical cancer as we receive appropriate funding. We've got the HPV vaccine that will protect a generation of girls from cervical cancer. So we have to prioritize, and we have to get these tools to the people who need them most. We know that investing in global health institutions produces very measurable results.
Bill Gates, did you hear him talk about bringing new vaccines, HPV? He has no good intention. Take a look at what he said during a TED Talk some time ago about using new vaccines as a part of a measure to cut down the world's population.
First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
Did you hear that? So you say, well, what does he have to do with the HPV vaccine push in our countries? Look at this clip of Dr. David Martin explaining that Bill Gates is a major funder of the World Health Organization. And remember, our very own country told us it is PAHO through the WHO that announced the need to have 90% of the girls in our country and boys at age 15 vaccinated with HPV vaccine by 2030.
There was a global call for countries to join with WHO in eliminating cervical cancer by the year 2030. St. Vincent and the Grenadines answered that call.
So who's behind WHO and therefore PAHO and therefore the HPV vaccines? Bill Gates. Take a look.
Fast forward to the Gates Foundation, which most people don't realize was an undisclosed settlement between the U.S. Department of Justice and the Gates convicted felony antitrust violations, right? This was not, there was an allegation Microsoft did bad things. This is they were convicted of antitrust crimes. Quite mysteriously, the Gates Foundation just shows up and instantaneously starts laundering money into, are you ready for this? The World Health Organization. If you look at the financial statements, beginning with the Gates Foundation, when it was established, you start seeing an anomaly. It used to be that UN-associated organizations, and specifically the World Health Organization, had two line items for most countries. The country, through an organization like the State Department or through a line item budget, would allocate money to the World Health Organization. And then there's the corporation for the same country, and there's another allocation coming from there. But with Wellcome Trust, Rockefeller Foundation, and Gates Foundation, and the minor players like the Bloomberg Foundation and a couple others now, but mostly the top three, suddenly we actually have the formation of what we called the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board. Well, who's sitting on that? Dr. Elias from the Gates Foundation, Anthony Fauci from NIAID, Jeremy Farr from the Wellcome Trust. I mean, this is a criminal conspiracy. And I'm not saying that from the standpoint of conspiracy theory. I'm saying that from the definition of what it means to be a criminal conspiracy. And so if you ask the question, which is a legitimate thing to do, was the FDA, was the CDC following orders from the WHO? The answer is asterisk, almost. But who were they really following orders from? And that's where you get into the nasty answer, which is the answer was that interlocking directorate, that violation of antitrust laws, that corporate machine, not health, not, we're out for the good of humanity. That corporate criminal conspiratorial organization that was guilty at the time of racketeering, was guilty at the time of interlocking directorates, all felonies, was guilty at the time of price fixing, another felony, which was guilty at the time of actually suppressing commercial alternatives, which is called market allocation, another felony. That criminal organization announced that it was going to take over the world, and they did. but we have to name the names. It wasn't just the World Health Organization.
Name the
Anybody
names.
thinks that Tedros is smart enough to pull this off is delusional. He's a puppet. And there's a giant stick up his ass, which is what's making his mouth move. But who's moving the stick for the puppet? And that is Wellcome, Gates, and Rockefeller.
You heard that?
By 2023, which is
Look
kind
at
of where
the
we are right
screen.
now,
Gates, Rockefeller,
Gates represents 88% of the donation to the World Health Organization from donor organizations and
You
agencies.
heard that? Read the screen.
By any definition, that's a controlling interest. So is it independent? No. Is it the World Health Organization nonprofit in Switzerland? No. This even violates Swiss law. Everything I'm saying is a violation of Swiss law. If we think about how bizarre it is that we have essentially the extension of the Carnegie Foundation's eugenics office, which they put at Cold Spring Harbor Labs back in the early 1900s, the continuation of that with the explicit inclusion of that as an agenda in the 1950s when the World Health Organization gets off the ground. The ongoing nature of Bill Gates getting up and talking about how there's too many people on the earth, and Bloomberg and others getting up and saying we need to figure out how to control populations. In 2011, when we had the Decade of the Vaccines publication come out of the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board, we had a very explicit statement that said that if we have vaccinations where we need them, we will actually see potentially as much as a 20% reduction in the population on Earth.
Oh my God.
Those are not allegations. Those are stated objectives.
Do you know what happened when Bill Gates did trials in India using the HPV vaccines? Girls died. Girls were harmed. Even the Parliament of India at the time did an investigation on it. Take a look at this clip.
Indian tribal girls used as guinea pigs. The report alleges that two American pharma giants' untested vaccine was administered to thousands of tribal girls without proper study and paperwork.
India was among the hardest hit after Bollywood celebrities were incentivized by the Gates Foundation to urge the public to submit to mass vaccinations.
And they're doing it again in 2020.
In 2009, tribal children were administered the HPV vaccine. Over 24,000 girls were told they were being given wellness shots, in many cases without the informed consent of a parent or guardian.
The people that were administering these vaccines lied to the guardians of these girls and told the girls, oh, this is going to cure cancer, you're never going to have cancer. And these girls became severely injured. Some of them developed seizures, some of them developed cancer, and 7 girls died. And there was no insurance, there was no assistance for them, and the Gates Foundation denied that it had been clinical trials. And it was so bad that the parliament in India created a task force, they studied it, and they kicked out the Gates Foundation.
But India is a barbaric country. Things happen here in a very barbaric way. But I was surprised to find an American
Gates from your
organization
country.
operating in broad daylight, doing things in a very, very, let's say, Indian fashion. And so the route I took was that I want the whole procedure to be investigated. The Indian Parliament formed a committee, and it was to be a rather surprising move because you generally don't often have such a high-level inquiry into matters affecting poor people. And that was such an extraordinary report. I don't think Indian Parliament has ever come out with such a scathing report. And the government officials came up and said, we shouldn't have authorized this. We're sorry. We're not going to allow them again.
And they ain't learned from
And
it.
now they're
doing
back
it again in 2026.
doing their same old tricks.
And they're doing it in 2026.
So you see, though your Ministry of Health and your government may seem innocent in pursuing this path, they're following PAHO, they're following WHO, they're perhaps thinking they're doing something good for the country, but evil men and seducers are behind it. Scripture tells us in Romans chapter 1 that when people do not want to retain the knowledge of God in their minds, they are given over to doing things that are not convenient. They become reprobate. And in verse 30, one of the things it lists that reprobate minds like Gates do is that they become inventors of evil things. such as the HPV vaccine. Don't give it to your girls. Do not give it to your boys. Women of Simmons and the Grenadines, please don't take it. Bill Gates is a eugenicist. He's about cutting down the world's population. He thinks he's God with God to determine who should live and who should die. I appeal to the government. Stop this program in St. Vincent and the Grenadines right now. Nothing good is behind the WHO and PAHO's push of HPV vaccine upon our people. Nothing and no one good, but evil men and seducers and inventors of evil things such as Bill Gates. My dear people, trust God. Refuse. Say no. Amen.
That was
Yes,
3
my
months
dear
ago,
viewers.
and
It
they're
may seem
still
innocent,
pushing it.
but it is
This
not.
government
And you ought
still
not to
pushing
let
it.
yourself be deceived. And what I call upon the current government to do is to do proper research and don't just follow what was there before, because you will have to give account to God for what you choose to do, even though it may not have started with you. And the final video I'd like you to take a look at is one that gives key educational health resources on this issue. I do not talk off the air. I have had the opportunity by God's grace to be exposed to education on this matter, and I have purchased books and I have sought to give myself a chance to be educated on them. I want you to take a look at this video where I highlight some of the texts that I have looked at and that I have in my library and that you can get too, to know the facts for yourselves and your families and not trust in man. Take a look. My heart is pained when I consider that the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, through its Ministry of Health, is pursuing continually an agenda to vaccinate girls and boys in our country with the HPV vaccine. Tonight I saw a memo, you will see it on your screen, a release from the Agency for Public Information coming out of an interview they had with a nurse, a staff nurse, Mofford, who reported on the fact that they would be offering the HPV vaccine to girls and boys through the clinics around the country, and that this vaccine would be offered to 9-year-olds to 14-year-olds, one dose, and I think above 14-year-old or 15 years above and above, 2 doses. The Ministry of Health of our country is going about this program in a lot of ignorance of the reality of this vaccine on the health and lives of young people around the world. These are some of the books in my library that I have had the opportunity to purchase and gain access to over the years studying this issue. Some of them I purchased during my attendance at an HPV vaccine education symposium held in 2019 in the state of Chicago in America, where I met many doctors, scientists, and families, parents and children who have been injured by the HPV vaccine, or parents who had children, and in one case at least, there was an actual young girl who gave a testimony of what happened to her. I want to just show you them and show you the names. Shattered Dreams, the HPV vaccine exposed, compiled by Christina England, forward by Brandy Vaughan. Brandy Vaughan is a very important lady because she used to work with a pharmaceutical company called Merck, the maker of the Gardasil HPV vaccine. And she pulled out of it when she saw the evils that these vaccines were doing to children, to people. And Brandy had cause to announce in 2019 that she was not suicidal because she feared there were attempts on her life. And shortly after she announced that, Brandy was killed. I met Brandy myself in 2019. We will talk more about that in another program. Look at this next one. Journeys from Trust to Tragedy by Norma Erickson. Another compilation of stories from young girls, and I think concerning boys as well, who were injured by HPV vaccines around the world. Again, I met Norma at the HPV vaccine symposium. Look at this one. Gardasil, Faith and Propaganda versus Hard Evidence. Of course, they're using faith here in the sense of belief, because a lot of people go about vaccines just saying, I believe in them, without looking at evidence. And this was written by Dr. Nicole Delépine and Dr. Gérard Delépine. They're French. One is an oncologist, a cancer doctor. I met him. We spoke. I did interviews with him back in 2019 at that symposium. People need to look at the hard evidence and not just this traditional, oh, I believe in vaccines, they're safe and effective, and they don't know what is going on. Observe again. These three down here, very, very important books. Look at this one by Helen Lobato. Gardasil, again, that's the name of one of the HPV vaccines. Gardasil, fast-tracked and flawed. You need to know how it came to market, how these studies were done, and they were fast-tracked to push out a product that would make money for pharmaceutical companies, but that had not followed proper protocols with respect to trials, and that indeed would prove to be to the disadvantage of the health and lives of children. A vaccine to prevent cervical cancer, question mark, because as we have been telling you, it does not do that. It cannot be proven, and it has not been proven to do that. Look at this one. Miller's review of critical vaccine studies. 400 important scientific papers summarized for parents and researchers by Neil Z. Miller, and the foreword by Gary Goldman, PhD. This is a highly recommended book. It talks not just about HPV vaccine, but about several vaccines. And what I love about Miller's book is that you notice it says 400 important scientific papers. So what Miller does is he deals with different vaccines on the schedule, and he lists different studies which show the danger of the vaccines. Okay? So that you as a parent could go in and you could look at these studies for yourself, check them out, whether it's about measles and MMR or HPV. There's a whole chapter on HPV. There it is, human papillomavirus, from page 127. Okay, if I could just give you an idea of what his layout is like. Human papillomavirus, okay? And then you'll get several pages of where he shows. Look at this. Clinical trials show no evidence that HPV vaccination can prevent cervical cancer. Serious adverse reactions are common. And then he will list the study in question and give you bullet points as a summary of what the study concluded. And he does that for each study. Look at this one. HPV vaccine studies are flawed, resulting in unreliable safety and efficacy data. Again, he lists the study, the name of the study, the year, etc., and bullet points of the summary of the study. And it goes on and on. The HPV vaccine may cause lupus and other serious autoimmune diseases. The HPV vaccine may cause autoimmune diseases such as lupus and fatal cerebral vasculitis. This is amazing. The HPV vaccine may cause chronic pain, fatigue, and nervous system damage, and on and on and on. It's an important book, and we will share more about it from it with you. Look at this one here. This one is so key. This was written by women who are lawyers. The HPV vaccine on trial, seeking justice for a generation betrayed. By lawyer Mary Holland, also Kim Mack Rosenberg is a lawyer, and Eileen Iorio. Okay, with a preface by Dr. Luc Montagnier, a Nobel Prize winner. Unfortunately, Dr. Luc Montagnier died during COVID. I believe he was killed because he was given a lot of information about the evils of the COVID jab and even issues pertaining to the virus, and suddenly he turns up dead after giving so much very important information. This book, we are told, reveals the tragedy of the HPV vaccine scandal. Dr. Luc Montagnier said that. He's a Nobel Prize winner for the discovery of HIV. Now, this is very important, this book, and it gives you the whole history of what happened in the development of the HPV vaccine. And when we come together and we have brethren like Sister Creamer, he's already doing videos from this book. I had brought her back a copy and sharing with you the contents thereof. And it's very important because you have topics that look at how it came to market, how it hit the market, what was involved in it. Okay? The injury reports. People don't look at the injury reports. They just tell you safe and effective. They just run and give it to your child, your son and your daughter. It addresses earlier issues about, who really is at risk for cervical cancer, question mark. Why are we giving this to our 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 14-year-olds? Are they really at risk for cervical cancer? These are things to consider. Also, we're going to look at HPV vaccine science, the issue of the ingredients. Do these nurses who intend to jab these children, do they know what is in those vaccines? Do they even know what is inside Gardasil and Cervarix? The issue of injecting aluminum inside the vaccine. Do you understand that this is why a lot of girls have ended up like this girl here, with chronic pains, syndromes, etc.? Do you realize that? And so much more. So you see, I had been reading, I see all my notes and stuff you can see inside of my book, because I went through this book. So listen, these are the kinds of education you could expect from me. I'm not talking off my head. I've done research and I continue to do research. So stay tuned. I'm Anissa Batiste. We love you, and we say don't take the HPV vaccine. And you nurses, please research before you put yourself in trouble with people's children, putting an injection in them because the Ministry of Health and PAHO and WHO tells you to do so when you don't know the danger, and you could come in for a lawsuit. Amen. Yes, so we've come to the end of our program, and I hope you've been edified. If you want a copy, just contact us. The number on your screen, locally, 528-1015. 528-1015. Put 1784 if you're trying to reach us from overseas. We love you. We speak the truth. We're no respecter of persons, just as God isn't any respecter of persons. In Psalm 146, you are admonished from verse 3. Put not your trust in princes, nor in the Son of Man, in whom there is no help. Happy is he that hath the God of Jacob for his help, whose hope is in Yahweh his God, which made heaven and earth, the sea and all that therein is, which keepeth truth forever, which executeth judgment for the oppressed, which giveth food to the hungry. Yahweh looseneth the prisoners. Yahweh openeth the eyes of the blind. Yahweh raiseth them that are bowed down. Yahweh loveth the righteous. So trust in God, who gives justice every time, who keeps truth forever, who doesn't start off nice and then turn and do something wrong. Trust in God, who is reliable. Amen. Don't put your trust in man. When it comes to your health, don't put your trust in any government. No matter how much you supported them, you need to recognize that you're going to have to do your own research. Because many times governments do things that they shouldn't do because they're concerned about pleasing other entities apart from the people who elected them. And we've proven this before with Gonzalez, and we don't want it again. And so I say to you, parents, family members, do not encourage your family members to take the HPV vaccine. You've seen the evidence I've shown you. It's dangerous. And it is based upon the lying premise that it can stop cervical cancer. It cannot. They have no such proof. So hey, don't let your girls take them. Don't let your boys take them. The clinics, the nurses, we have nothing against them. We have nothing against the ministry and the minister. They may think they're doing the best thing, but it is not. And they're simply not aware. But they need to educate themselves and stop pushing and advocating what PAHO and WHO is saying, because they are blinded by the interest of Bill Gates, who gives them monies. So please, we love you. And thank you for watching, and we'll be with you again 2nd and 4th Saturday night of the month right here on SVG TV. Until next time, I'm Sister Anissa Batiste for Thusia Seventh-day Adventist Church. Amen. Bye. Amen. Right, so that was a compilation with a lot of information to educate on the evils of the HPV vaccine and to direct people to resources that they could use to educate themselves personally, to help themselves. And we hope that people would really take advantage of it. Come and seek us out. We will point you in the right direction because, pardon me, we do not want you to be hurt and to be damaged and to face death and to be deceived, to take these things into your body that would be sin against God and cause you to be lost. Okay? You can't be saved sinning against God by damaging your body. And you have a responsibility if today you hear his voice and if today you hear the warning to go and research and check for yourselves. And if today you see these examples of evils that have come upon persons because of taking this vaccine, you have a responsibility now to ensure that you follow what is right. Okay? So we talked quite a bit there about the HPV vaccines. I want to just give you some updated information about COVID. Okay, we have a few clips here
to show you the damage that the COVID vaccine continues to have upon people. Sister Kathy is saying, amen, well documented and informed evidences about these killer vaccines. Amen. Right? And you could always get copies of whether it's the half hour or the little TikTok videos by themselves. I had posted them at the time if you want to share with persons to help them. And indeed, Sister Christina, God truly loves us and he heals us, even by giving us education on what we can do to help ourselves. And I'm seeing all your comments agreeing and saying amen and so on, okay? Amen. So COVID-19 vaccine, it continues to do great damage in people's lives. Let me show you one or two very, very short clips from Nicholas Holshaw, where he talks about the damage that it is doing continually. Take, for example, the issue of heart damage. Here's this first clip here. They're very short. Most of them are below 1 minute. I didn't get to put them together. But if you listen and watch, you will see and you will hear what Nicholas Holshaw shows about the damage that the COVID-19 vaccine is doing in people's health. Pay careful attention. Nobody should be taking any COVID-19 vaccine, no.
5 times boosted individuals, they find it for the first time. We think this is because actually the mRNA gets into the heart and your heart starts to produce spike protein.
Oh my God.
And these, you see these scarring spots on there.
On
That's
your
probably
heart.
where the spike protein was produced. The body attacked it, inflamed it,
Read the
and
screen
it
as
got
well.
scarred. It scarred up, and that's what happens when it gets inflamed. And so it's an autoimmune response. And then they're left with this, and they get electrical conduction abnormalities in the heart, and that leads to these lethal arrhythmias, this ventricular tachycardia, and eventually sudden death. And so this is just proof in the cake that, you know, look in people's hearts. This is what it does. It's dangerous, it's cardiotoxic, and they've got to get off the market.
That's right, that's right. So permanently damaged hearts with fatal microscars. This is what the COVID-19 vaccine is doing to people. And there are people literally who took it, who are experiencing these things. I remember Sister Loretta, I used to be with her. I used to, attend to her, and I knew intimately of her experiences. I would encourage her to write down at times and so on. And she was having those things. She was having heart issues. We believe that she used to be having mini heart attacks on several occasions based on the symptoms that she was having. She had the tachycardia, the fast beating of the heart every now and then and things like that. Look at this one. What about microclots? Prion-like amyloid microclots are found in 100% of the COVID-19 vaccinated in a new study. These anomalous structures accumulate into the massive white fibrous clots that are now being pulled from 20 to 40% of deceased individuals worldwide. Criminal charges are necessary, Nicholas Holshaw is saying. He is the epidemiologist at the McCullough Foundation. So you remember those white fibrous clots that different persons would show. What do you call them again? These people who do embalming and things like that. And they're pulling these things from dead bodies that took the COVID shots. And we're being told that the microclots are what turn into that, accumulate into the body and turn into that. And in a recent study, 100% of the persons studied who were vaccinated, obviously, they found these microclots in them. Listen to what Holshaw has to say here. 1 second.
This study is highly disturbing. They found 100% of COVID-19 vaccinated individuals have these circulating anomalous amyloid microclots in their blood. This is misfolded fibrin that sticks to many biologically active materials circulated in the body, and it conglomerates into these irregular masses that block blood flow and cause all sorts of horrible issues. It's the exact same pathology that has been identified as being behind the long white fibrous clots being pulled out of corpses worldwide. Majority of embalmers now across the globe do now hold these white fibrous clots out of corpses, and this is what's behind them. This is very serious. These have to be pulled off of the market immediately.
Oh my God. Horrible, horrible. That's why I could never believe the premise of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the one in Barbados when they said they got 5 COVID shots. Their hearts would have been gone by now. Crazy people. In some case, we know that one of them was very sick to begin with. And you telling me he got 5 COVID shots? The untruths they tell. Untruths. Okay? Now I want to show you about cancer. Now, turbo cancer, what is being called turbo cancer, is so prevalent now. So prevalent, has been so prevalent now after taking COVID vaccine that a peer-reviewed study has now been done which has officially defined turbo cancer. You understand? Because it is a real thing. It is something being seen so much that it has become a new phenomenon in medicine, in the world. So we're told a peer-reviewed study has now formally defined COVID-19 induced turbo cancer, an unusually aggressive, rapidly progressing cancer following COVID-19 vaccination, marked by sudden relapse or new onset at an advanced stage. So it's aggressive, it comes on very quickly, rapidly after taking the vaccine, and progresses to stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. Sometimes you just got diagnosed and it's within a week or a few days, it's already stage 4, you know, or you just got sick and it's already stage 4. And it's horrible.
What a turbo cancer actually is.
Turbo cancer is basically, just as it sounds, a cancer that is turbocharged. So usually these turbo cancers start at stage 1 and they rapidly progress to stage 3 or 4 within just a few months. And they're usually highly fatal and they're treatment resistant. And so you can just think of them, as turbocharged cancers that we did not see before 2021.
Wow, we didn't see that before 2021. So there's a new thing inside the medical world. You understand? And because of the COVID-19 vaccine, there are people who have died because of it. Teachers, professionals in government, young people, young professionals, 30-something years old, right here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And it's some aggressive cancer. Sister Christina said, I have heard that the batches which numbers start with E are the worst. Okay? Wow, horrible. In terms of the COVID-19 vaccine as well, we learn that not only is it responsible for giving people turbo cancers, they have identified 17 different ways the shot could cause or causes cancers in people, and they have also identified the risk of 7 major cancers. These next 2 short clips here will tell you about those 2 things respectively. Okay, so here we go. We go to this one first and then afterwards the second one. Take a look. Lest we forget.
Studies indicating there's about 17. There's now over 100 studies indicating there's about 17 distinct mechanisms that the mRNA shots may induce cancer. And that ranges from a wide variety of things, including hyperinflammation, immune dysregulation, and turning off tumor suppressor genes. Turbo cancer is a new phenomenon. It hasn't really occurred until after 2021. And so what it is a rapidly progressing malignancy or rapidly progressing cancer that usually goes goes from stage 1, like you'll have a single tumor, and then it rapidly progresses to stage 4 and spreads throughout the body within just a few months. And so that's why it's called a turbo cancer. It is
Heard that?
turbocharged. And unfortunately, these are seen as treatment resistant as well. And they're seen in young individuals that you wouldn't usually see these cancers in.
Exactly. Even young individuals, you wouldn't usually see these cancer. Next one.
The COVID vaccine, actually now it's very disturbing. There's actually over 100 studies now that indicate there's 17 distinct mechanisms that the mRNA injections may induce cancer. In fact, 2 population studies just came out in the past year or so. 8.7 million people combined. They found the COVID shots increase your risk of 7 major cancers: bladder, breast, thyroid, colorectal, gastric cancer. All of these cancers were up. They compared vaccinated to unvaccinated. And so we're seeing these cancers. We see.
If you look here at the bottom, you see the different cancers, the 7 major ones, and the percentage of them in people who have taken the COVID shot. Prostate cancer, 69%, right? Breast, in excess of 54%. Bladder cancers, in excess of 62%. Colon cancers, in excess of 35%. Stomach cancers, in excess of 34%. Lung cancers, in excess of 53% or 50% plus. Thyroid cancers or cancers of the thyroid, 35+%. Okay, so people are coming down with a whole set of turbo cancers in different areas of their bodies after taking the COVID-19 vaccines, and these things are being proven. This is coming out of CDC data. This is coming out of studies that these agencies are aware of. So when they come, if they want to come with the next pandemic or they want to come with whatever and tell countries of the world through their government, you need to do this and you need to do that, please remember the very CDC and the FDA are aware of these things. And you don't feel beholden to them or anything like that, because they have known these things, they know these things, and in many cases they have hidden them, as some information is showing us. Okay, they have hidden the information from you. They cannot be trusted. They are evil.
Cancers, we see CDC data over 100,000 excess cancer deaths in the United States since 2021, since the vaccines rolled out. So it's a very concerning situation.
And that's based on the reports. What about those that weren't reported? You need to be armed with this kind of information so that when your government comes to you telling you this and that, you could put them in their places, telling you CDC says this and the FDA says that. You need to address them. Let's look at this report here. This is also a discussion with Nicholas Holscher talking to, what's his name here again? Jimmy Dore. Okay, where you get a little more information about it in addition to those short clips. This is on the same issue, the rise in turbo cancers caused in persons who took the COVID-19 vaccine. See, the damage lingers. It continues. It's horrible.
They say it's just a correlation, but that's all those studies can do. But what we can do as researchers is look at the biological plausibility. And there's hundreds of studies now looking at the biological plausibility. There's over 17 distinct mechanisms that the shots may induce cancer.
Hey, we have special guests. Nicholas Holscher is an epidemiologist and administrator at the McCullough Foundation who earned his master's in public health from the University of Michigan. He's a prolific researcher with over 25 publications, serving as lead author on significant studies regarding COVID-19 vaccine injuries, myocarditis, post-acute, I can't say that word. His work focuses on bringing complex scientific data with public understanding to advocate for medical freedom and evidence-based health decisions. Welcome to the show, Nicholas. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you showing up. Now, I follow you on Twitter, and I saw this. You said the U.S. government cancer data just dropped. Overall cancers in those under 50 jumped 6.4% from 2021 to 2023 during mass MRA uptakes. Brain tumors increased 19%, colon rectal cancers 19.4%, small intestine cancer 15.5%, ovarian cancer, stomach cancer. I know someone who just died of stomach cancer, breast cancer, and here's from your Substack. Breaking U.S. government cancer data shows early onset cancer surged 6.4%. In a 30-month population-wide analysis of 296,000 residents of Pescara province, Italy, individuals who received at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine showed a 23% higher likelihood of hospitalization for cancer of any site compared with the unvaccinated. Risks were particularly elevated for colorectal, breast, and bladder cancer. And I went and I wanted to check this out. So, first of all, this is the first population study that showed an increase in cancer. Here's the study. 1-year risk of cancers associated with COVID-19 vaccination, large population-based cohort study. They did it in South Korea, and they found that the COVID-19 vax could be associated with an increased risk of 6 specific cancers, the ones we just told you. So, but this, so let me bring in Nicholas. Tell me, how could this possibly be true, and why is this not being widely reported?
Yeah, this should be front page news absolutely everywhere. And so what's key, though, about the most recent U.S. government cancer data dump is that we were waiting for it for like 4 years, right? So that was just 2023 data that just dropped. But this was the gold standard cancer surveillance system called SEER, which stands for Surveillance, Epidemiology, and End Results Program. And so that basically just gives the U.S. cancer incidence data. How many people, how many new cases of cancer, per year? And it's very worrisome. And what just dropped confirms what we've been worried about, for the past 5 years, that the mRNA injections were indeed inducing cancer. And so, yeah, it jumped. And those under 50 years old from 2021 to 2023, 6.4% overall. And that's a pretty big jump. That's tens of thousands of extra cancer cases that should not be occurring in these age groups. And you laid it out earlier. Brain tumors were up 19% in those under 50 years old. Central nervous system tumors, breast cancer, stomach cancer, all these cancers were high, but the biggest one was colon cancer, 19% higher. And yeah, it's very worrisome, and it corroborates all 3 independent analyses, 3 of them, 2 of them in different countries. One was in Italy, like you just laid out there, with 300,000 people. They found the mRNA injections increased the risk of 3 distinct types of cancers and overall cancer hospitalizations by 23%. And then we had the study in South Korea with 8 million people and 8.4 million. And they found those increased risks of 6 major cancers comparing vaccinated to unvaccinated. And lastly, there was another analysis of different CDC data, CDC mortality data, and that he found 138,000 excess cancer deaths in the United States alone since 2021. So yeah, these injections appear to have induced a cancer epidemic.
So now, is this just a correlation, or are they saying it's a causation in these studies?
They say it's just a correlation, but that's all those studies can do. But what we can do as researchers is look at the biological plausibility. And there's hundreds of studies now looking at the biological plausibility. There's over 17 distinct mechanisms that the shots may induce cancer. 17. And one big one is, or 3 big ones are hyperinflammation, immune dysregulation, and actually genetic disruption. We found it turns off tumor suppressor genes P53 and BRCA.
You hear that? Genetic damage, turning off tumor suppressing gene. So genes in you that God put in you that could suppress tumors, the COVID vaccine turns that off to make you get tumors or cancers. This is so satanic. acting against the very things your creator put in your body to protect you. It's demonic. You understand me? This is what the COVID-19 vaccine does. And let me tell you something. The information that these people doing these studies, thank God for them pursuing these studies and bringing to us is so important, because you see, they cannot come to our faces again with these things. We have to point to their very own agencies and what their own data is showing. You understand? And destroy their claims. They're acting against, this is so diabolical. That's the word I was looking for. Acting against your very creator's mechanisms to preserve you. Let me just play back that little piece there for you.
Shots may induce cancer. 17. And one big one is, or three big ones are hyperinflammation, immune dysregulation, and actually genetic disruption. We found it turns off tumor suppressor genes P53 and BRCA. And in fact,
and I just remembered something. You remember Brad Medina had showed us it is a taraxine gene therapy. Yes, which is really, that's it. That's what he's talking about there. The genetic disruption. And I had also showed you all over and over. I used to come and I used to read the insert for you that was available and show you that they would say in the inserts that they never studied for genotoxicity, and they never studied for carcinogenicity. And this was risky because you're telling me you did studies, but you didn't study to see if it could cause cancer. You didn't study to see if it could cause mutation of genes, but yet you're out there in your talking points, lying and telling people, oh, no, it won't cause cancer. Oh, no, it is conspiracy theories who say it will interfere with your genes. But they know why they didn't study it, because they know it was going to do that. And they couldn't come and tell you any results from any studies to say, oh, well, it doesn't cause cancer, etc. Liars and deceivers, wicked people.
in fact, we published a paper finding it integrated into the genome of a stage 4 bladder cancer patient.
That's right.
This
Integrated into the
vaccine DNA plasmid was literally fused into her tumor DNA. And yeah, it's undeniable now.
So so the mechanism is it, so I don't understand the mechanism. I know that the COVID vax would tell me if this is the correct way to say it, polluted with DNA that would contaminate your DNA, and then they're finding the spike protein inside cancer cells. Am I correct on those things?
Oh, you're absolutely correct. His name was Professor Sano in Japan. He found vaccine spike protein inside breast cancer, metastatic breast cancer cells, in the nucleus of those cells, which probably means it was causing it. We know the spike protein itself appears to be carcinogenic based on all the laboratory studies. And you're right, the DNA is left over in the vials from the manufacturing process. It's supposed to be cleaned out, but it's not. Over 10 reports have found DNA contamination exceeding regulatory limits by like tens of thousands of percent. So that can get into the genome. And so that's not supposed to be in there, but you inject it in lipid nanoparticles, it gets in. And again, that's what our study showed. That DNA that's not supposed to be there got into this woman's chromosome 19, seemingly resulting in the stage 4 turbo bladder cancer.
And so were they?
You know what this reminds me of? I remember my brother got sick and died. He was a medical student and he got leukemia. And I remember the doctor, because I had to do a bone marrow transplant to try to help him. They said I was a perfect match, as the only sibling who was a perfect match. So I had to go to the United States and lay down my life literally for him. And I remember when I questioned the doctor, he was a Libyan doctor. He told me, as I had heard my brother say so too, because I couldn't understand how he got leukemia. 22 years old, young medical student in America. And the doctor said that it seemed to have been some chromosome abnormality in him when he was, get this, when he was in his mother's womb. Later, I came to learn that our parents were in those groupings when they were giving polio vaccines. Our parents got polio vaccines back in the, whether it's 1950s or 60s or something. And those polio vaccines had in SV40, which is a cancer-causing virus, simian virus, right? Causing cancer. And the kind that I recall reading, I think it was Brother Medina who was doing a presentation in church years ago in Trinidad. That's when it struck me that because I read about it and learned that it could be transferred from the mother. It's like you could have it in your body and you could give it to the fetus when you get pregnant. Why it happened to him and not to the rest of us beats me. But the point is, as I listen to Nicholas speaking and he's talking about the damage to the gene, you see what could happen to people. You see what could happen to even fetuses in the mother's womb, right? Also, I have to take into consideration that he would have been exposed to vaccines because of being a medical student and having to do medicals and different things. Although I'm not aware, to be honest, of any particular one that he took having to do medicals, going back and forth, traveling, going to school and things like that. But it's just horrible. They can give you things in the vaccine itself. As Nicholas is explaining here, he calls it contamination, but we know a lot of it is deliberate.
Was Pfizer, Moderna, were they aware of this and did they suppress this, or is this news to them?
Yeah, they apparently, as far as we're publicly aware, they did not do any carcinogenicity or genotoxicity studies whatsoever before rolling them out to humans. Now, they may have, and that's classified, and they haven't released it to the public, which wouldn't surprise me either. It could be one of the two. But regardless, we're just now uncovering this. Independent researchers are finding this, and we're seeing it in the population data. And, there's got to be some form of accountability here. We got to get these shots off of the market. We cannot be accelerating now our cancer rates. It's the second leading cause of death worldwide.
Wow. You see that? From COVID-19.
So we know that they lied, that Pfizer lied, because during a couple years ago, during a hearing at the European Parliament, they had an executive from Pfizer admit that they never even tested to see if the vaccine stopped transmission or contraction, even though they said it was 95% effective at doing those things. And of course, so we know that they, to me, it seems like, of course, they knew that. They didn't release that study. This is my theory. And then, of course, they're like, oh, no, the reason why the executive from Pfizer said they didn't do the studies was because they were moving at the speed of science. That's a made-up term. And you would think the speed of science would include a test to see if it actually does what they think it's going to do, right?
Yeah, exactly. The speed of science with a novel gene therapy is, 10 to 15 years. It's not 6 months.
That's right.
And so, yeah, it was an absolute travesty. And, I agree. They probably did have these data, and they didn't release it. We know they manipulated the trial data. They did all sorts of illegal practices before emergency use authorization, all laid out in the Pfizer papers by Naomi Wolf. And again, that's illegal. That's criminal charges. And so there was going to be an investigation into them. Well, in fact, there is an ongoing investigation. Senator Ron Johnson found that the FDA buried myocarditis and stroke signals. They didn't tell the public. And so all these people got heart damage and strokes because the government suppressed data. They covered it up.
Wickedness.
I would like to say this is shocking, but it's not shocking to me because I've been following this closely since I got vaccine injured in April of 2021. And just talking about this anywhere, I was met with such overwhelming animosity and people trying to tell me to shut up and thinking that I was spreading misinformation. It's so weird because I always considered myself a lefty, and lefties were always skeptical of Big Pharma. We knew they were a criminal organization that would regularly kill people for profit. We all knew that. But somehow when COVID happened, they flipped and they all became spokespeople for big pharma and the government, like Dr. Fauci, who's an unbelievable liar, so much so he needed to get a pardon going back to 2015. So that, to me, that's the, do you see any, I mean, the people the lefties that I used to hang out with used to protest against GMO in foods, and then they look like the rock musician Neil Young, and he just completely flipped, and he went from protesting GMOs in food to saying, I'm going to take my music off of Spotify because Joe Rogan's telling the truth about COVID and the vaccines. Do you run into that too? Are you just as surprised as I was by that kind of, and what do you have any theories on how we can account for that kind of flip flop in people's thinking?
Yeah, I run into that often, and I still do. And yeah, all those individuals that hopped on the Pfizer, Moderna government bandwagon with these shots, now they look very foolish, especially now with the cancer data released. So now's the time to acknowledge reality. Don't take any more booster shots. And unfortunately, many of those individuals did fall into what's called mass psychosis. They fell into this trap, believing everything the government said, wanting to basically do and think what their peers thought, and they couldn't get out of it. And then they subjected themselves to multiple booster shots, and now they may be facing these large increases in cancer risks, heart damage, subclinical heart damage, brain damage. We published multiple studies on that now. And so, yeah, we gotta stop this. This was madness. The past 5 years, people lost their minds. We got to get back to reality.
Now that study I referenced early in this segment, that hasn't been peer reviewed yet, correct?
Which one?
Oh, hang on. I lost it. But have there been the one that I've the most recent one that shows a 6.4%?
Oh yeah. The SEER data, that doesn't get peer reviewed. That's literally just straight from the government's database. They post it every year, and it goes through a large vetting process and analyses process, and it's used, by all sorts of organizations, governments, to assess cancer incidence. That particular data doesn't necessarily need to be peer reviewed. It's been vetted for decades already. But the two other papers that found the COVID shots increased the risk of 7 major cancers, those were peer reviewed.
Whoa. So again, this is just for informational purposes. We're not giving anyone medical advice at this show. Always consult your own physician before you make any medical decisions. And that's our advice. And hopefully that's enough to cover our ass here. We'll see what happens. We got more to talk about with you, but I want to remind people, if you want to hear me talk about this, I'll be in Burbank, California.
Right, so we could stay there, right? So you heard a little bit more from Nicholas Hulscher in this interview with Jimmy Dore about the damage that the COVID-19 vaccines continue to do in the area of the rise of turbo cancers. Now, there's much more. I have another little one here from Dr. McCullough, but I'm not going to play it right now. He pretty much is talking about the same recent data as Nicholas Hulscher. Okay. Let me... There's a small video I'd like to play for you. Yes, just in between here, right? There's some news coming out, about some indication of some sort of accountability or penalizing, moves to penalize people who are responsible. But I know we still want to see much more, much more. But I want to remind you of the kind of people you're dealing with. When Dr. Luc Montagnier was speaking out, and I showed you earlier that he wrote the foreword for the book. I think it was the book HPV Vaccine on Trial. When he was speaking out in the early days of COVID, Just if you could just read it on the screen here. Dr. Luc Montagnier, Nobel laureate. He won a Nobel Prize. Final interview before being found dead 6 days later. And as a part of his final interview, he said, I am here to expose Fauci's gain of function, Fauci's gain of function. COVID was the job of a professional. It is not natural. Sequences like HIV have been added in order to make a vaccine. And we had showed this as well in the early days, what was found in that chimeric thing, you know? And the reason why I'm bringing this back at the front here, and you will have to read the screen, I'll try to help you, because he's speaking in French and the English is on the screen, is because one of the latest news is that one of the persons who worked along with Fauci has been indicted. We wish it was Fauci too. But let's take a look. People who were telling us all along that these people are crooks, they are criminals.
Et vous êtes arrivé à certaines conclusions.
Alors, have you reached any conclusions, he's asked. I will try my best. Let me see something. Let's see if I could reduce the volume a bit so that, right. And he starts to answer. We have come to the conclusion that indeed there was a manipulation done on this virus. What do you mean? Well, that apart, I'm not saying the total, but there's a pattern that is obviously the classic virus, and there is a model especially coming from bats. But on this model, someone added on top of that some sequences included HIV, the virus for AIDS. But when you say someone added, who added? He says, I don't know. It's not natural, it's not, it's that what you mean? He says, no, it's not natural. It was a job of a professional, a job of a molecular biologist. It's a very meticulous job. We can say of precision if you look at it, the sequences. For what purpose? He says, for what purpose? It's not clear. I'm exposing facts. My job here is to state the facts, that's all. I'm not accusing anyone. I don't know who did it, and I don't know why. The possibility may be that if they wanted to, well, we don't know. They wanted to make a vaccine against AIDS. So they took little sequences of the virus and inserted them in the larger sequence of the coronavirus. So I'm not sure to understand everything you're saying. That is to say, in this virus, there's a component of HIV.
Voilà, c'est ça.
That's it. The genetic material of the virus is a long ribbon of RNA. It's like DNA, but it's RNA. And in that long ribbon, at some place, someone has inserted small sequence of HIV, and those sequences are small, but are not that small, so that they mean nothing. They have the possibility to modify, for example, what are called, I missed that piece there. They have the possibility to modify, for example, what is called antigenic sites. Meaning, if you want to create a live, pardon me, meaning, if you want to create a vaccine, you can very well modify the protein who is exposed for the vaccine by a small sequence from another virus. Are you sure about this? Because it was said that a rumor has been going around that it was of human origin after all, and then it was rebutted from most of the scientific authorities anyway. He said there's still a will to cover this up, if you will, the works. We're not the first. A group of Indian researchers, very renowned, had published the same thing. They were forced to retract it.
We found circulating.
So you see, not every last thing. I mean, we learned so much since that time. But here, Doctor, one of the things Montagnier was saying is that, look, they took HIV sequence and put it in it, and this was man-made. This was by human hands. This was some professional molecular biologist or somebody doing this. They had some kind of intention, some kind of agenda. And the man was killed 6 days after this last interview. He died mysteriously 6 days after. You understand? And he wanted to expose Fauci. And 6 days after, he's gone. Okay, so let's just learn about what we know with respect to the fact that they have indicted one of the men who worked with Fauci.
We found circulating Pfizer mRNA in his exosomes, 3.
This part before that, he's showing that spike protein remains in the body all 3-point-something years later, 3.5 years later, right? And then we will get to the Fauci issue. So this is what mysterious, strange things happening to people who want to expose these things. And later we are left with an epidemic of turbo cancers in the world. People dying from turbo cancers all over the world is the second leading cause of death now in the world since COVID-19 vaccines roll out in end of 2020, early 2021. And people are left with spike protein remaining in their bodies all 3.5 years, 3.6 years after they first took the vaccine. Yeah, Fauci, and they need to go to jail for this.
We found circulating Pfizer mRNA in his exosomes 3.6 years after his last shot. And we also found plasmid DNA from the manufacturing process SV40 ORI segments, as well as the spike expression segments in his skin. In his Grover's disease area, he developed this skin disease after the shots. And we also found vaccine spike protein and no nucleocapsid in this skin area as well. 3.6 years after his last shot, he suffered from myocarditis, pulmonary embolism, multi-system vaccination syndrome, neurological adverse events as well. And so the fact that we are finding this material 43 months after the last shot means we were lied to completely. We were told it would stay in the arm, it would degrade within weeks. That was wrong, and we expect lawsuits to begin to flood in.
I have to do a shot exposing the so-called infectious disease specialists in St. Vincent and the Grenadines who lied, who went on radio and said all manner of evil against us. Dr. Thompson, Gerald Thompson. Oh, it stays in the arm. And he said the Chusians are conspiracy theorists and they just want to sell their jinxing colloidal silver, talking foolishness, right? And what is the evidence today? The people that he lied to and the Ministry of Health lied to and told that it just stays in the arm and don't listen to Anissa Batiste. They have to face the facts now that people have spike protein in their bodies 3.6 years later, 43 months later after their first shot. You were the liars, not us, Dr. Thompson. People should be suing you all. That's what they should be doing.
3 months after the last shot means we were lied to completely. We were told it would stay in the arm, it would degrade within weeks. That was wrong, and we expect lawsuits to begin to flood in.
This was just, I included this because I found it interesting, you know. Dr. McCullough's McCullough Foundation, they published this chart from a study that they did where they showed what they call the compound impacts of COVID-19 mRNA vaccination and SARS-CoV-2 infection, a convergence of diverse spikopathies and other hybrid harms. And they were taking you through the fact that people were getting spike protein from both the chimeric virus and from the vaccine. And when they come together in the body, they were showing you the different evils. And I was saying, my God, and I recall a lot of people who took the vaccine came down with the COVID. So it's like, or so they said, because, you know, in a lot of cases, you had a lot of even what they call false positives, etc. But we know that the people who took the vaccine got adverse reactions. They got very sick. Yes. And you had, this chart was explaining how from the mRNA vaccination, they would get what they call spike protein burden spikopathy, you know. And then you're getting spike protein also too from the infection if you got the real chimeric thing that they created. And they would explain to you about the immunotoxic load in your body, the whole body distribution. You see the image in the second image, the thing was going all over the body, the spike protein, the prolonged spike exposure from getting the vaccine, okay, causing prolonged spike exposure. Because remember, it instructs your cells to make more of it. So it's in your body and it's there for a long period. And then people go and they take so-called boosters, which is just really taking more of the shots. So you have multiple mRNA injections. So you have more, even more exposure, having cumulative adverse effects. Okay. And then they list some of the immunologic problems: hyperinflammation, lymphopenia, autoimmunity, interferon suppression, etc. So it was a real agenda and invention to really make sure they completely destroy. And if you don't drop dead in a day, in a few days, in a week, in a month, you're sick for a very long time till you're dead because of all that is going on inside of your body. Just horrible. Yeah. And they knew about these things and they hid it from people and they deceived them and they lied to us and they fooled our governments, and then our governments followed the lies and mandated us because they said we wouldn't get safety in the country if we don't mandate you and all of that, and people have died. They lied and people died. Here's the news. Indicted David Morens. He has been indicted for conspiracy against the United States, destruction, alteration, and falsification of records in federal investigations, concealment, removal, or mutilation of federal records, aiding and abetting. But he worked with Fauci. So what happened to Fauci? What you all doing about that? So let's just listen to this 1 minute here from Nicholas on that news. Other people are reporting it as well. Let's hear what he is saying.
This is literally the very first indictment that has been issued against the top COVID official. The very first. We've been waiting for 6 years now, 5-6 years, to finally get some sort of justice. And it appears it is coming. It is coming. Now, obviously, this is, not necessarily super high profile, like, say, Anthony Fauci, for example. But David was Anthony Fauci's top advisor, and he was destroying records, concealing records, evading FOIA requests, using his personal Gmail account to debunk the lab leak theory. And it was all laid out in the indictment, and now he's facing decades in prison. And so now we really hope that they start to go down the list. The Vyers Law Group has filed criminal referral requests in 7 U.S. states already against Fauci and other top public health officials. They allege they actually committed terrorism-related offenses, murder, homicide, all sorts of horrible things. And so, those requests are sitting there, and they have all the victims, all the documentation of people that were murdered by hospital protocols, thanks to these public health guidelines. So let's wait and see what happens.
Let's see what happens in truth, right? We don't know, but at least people are trying to take some sort of action. So while Fauci hasn't been taken down, it is his top advisor. There are requests that have been filed against him and others for all these deaths, all these murders that have taken place because of hospital protocols, which Fauci and others advise gave rise to and caused the deaths of people. What would become of them? We can't say for sure, but at least we have an idea of what is happening. Now, the reason why I wanted to say something small about childhood vaccines, and I will choose my shortest clip at this juncture, right? There is another piece I would like to state about the COVID vaccines. Let me just write this here. Let me just at least show you a little piece of this, because this is from today. I might very well be able to show it to you. Okay? Now, this happened today. Senator Ron Johnson was before a permanent subcommittee on investigations. This was the heading, Unmasked, How Biden health officials purposely turned a blind eye toward COVID-19 vaccine safety signals, right? And so this, even while I was preparing, this was going on. And just before I came on, a little before I came on, it finished. It was a complete committee hearing, and Johnson spoke in the beginning, and you had this other senator, I can't remember his name now, and a few other persons, right? But Johnson brought certain charts to the screen with updated data from like VAERS and so on with respect to the injuries, updated as in through March 2026, giving us a sort of more updated view, although we know it's still not the total figures you will get from the VAERS system, but at least giving you some recent information about the COVID vaccine damage and also about how it compares with other vaccines of the last 30 years in terms of adverse events and mortality, deaths caused by it. So I will let us hear what Johnson had to say in his presentation today, especially as he brings the things on screen to give us an idea of where we are. But what is most important, I think, to take away from it is how he highlights, and it's circulating on X, how he highlights that they now have information. I mean, we knew some of it because when you follow people like Naomi Wolf and the work that she did, you knew that they hid certain things. We knew that Pfizer and the FDA tried to hide their data for, at first it was for 75 years and things like that. They tried that in court. They did not succeed because ICANN, the same Aaron Siri, lawyer for ICANN, and Del Bigtree, medical investigative journalist, they fought in court and they got the court on their side to say, no, you will not have 75 years to be able to bring the data that you're supposed to release. You have to do it before. So let us take a look at this from today's hearing and hear what we could learn from it. And this again.
Good afternoon.
Is concerning
this is a hearing of the
COVID-19.
U.S. Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations will come to order. I want to first thank the witnesses for your time and effort in appearing here today for your testimony. In conjunction with this hearing, I am releasing an interim report titled Unmasked, How Biden Health Officials Purposely Turned a Blind Eye Toward COVID-19 Vaccine, or I call them injection, injury safety signals. I urge everyone tuning into today's hearing to read the full report to determine for yourself how the title is as accurate as it is incriminating. To set the stage for what follows, let me remind everyone that Dr. David Morens, now indicted for this, under conspiracy and destruction of records charges, he was an advisor to Anthony Fauci, emailed to colleagues on how to evade Freedom of Information requests. Quote, I learned from our FOIA lady here how to make emails disappear, and how he wanted, quote, correspondence on sensitive issues to be sent to me at my Gmail address, unquote. Included in this report is additional evidence of how federal health officials avoided creating a paper trail to prevent transparency and public disclosure. In discussing how they've been warned of a major limitation of FDA's data mining system, one senior FDA official wrote, quote, we should meet internally. Many considerations not suited to email, unquote. Other federal officials appear to have openly acknowledged that they were actively attempting to avoid transparency. A CDC official discussing the sharing of vaccine safety data stated, quote, I think because of the FOIAs, we may have asked FDA to stop sending these weekly data mining outputs, unquote. In spite of their concerted effort to conceal what they knew and when they knew it, documents we've retained, thanks to Secretary Kennedy's responsiveness to my subpoena and his commitment to radical transparency, paint a clear picture of an obvious cover-up by federal health officials.
You hear that?
Our report shows how FDA officials were warned and fully aware of their safety surveillance system's inability to adjust for a statistical phenomenon called masking, which according to medical researchers occurs when, quote, signals for a vaccine of interest are hidden by presence of other reported vaccines, unquote. Rather than use a newer state-of-the-art system that can adjust for masking, Biden health officials purposefully chose to employ the older system that conceals the signals for serious adverse events associated with the COVID injection. Throughout 2021, FDA officials received multiple analyses from the state-of-the-art system showing statistically significant safety signals for adverse events, but made a conscious decision to ignore that data.
They should be jailed.
On October 22, 2020,
Reckless
CDC's Tom
ignoring.
Shimabukuro touted VAERS by saying it can, quote, rapidly detect safety signals and can detect rare adverse events, unquote. But in an email a year later, when VAERS was reporting worldwide adverse events of 837,595 and 17,619 deaths, Dr. Shimabukuro stated, quote, it's not a database that should be used for serious surveillance and research. And we have up on the screen a chart that I produced almost weekly once I started tracking this. And you'll notice it compares different drugs, adverse events reported, those things, deaths per year. You can see at the top of the chart, ivermectin appears to be a pretty safe drug. At the very bottom, COVID vaccines, and again, this is in October of 2021, 17,619 deaths. It's important to note that 32% of those occurred either on the day of vaccination or within 1 or 2 days of vaccination. I know VAERS doesn't prove causation, but that is a correlation that federal health officials ought to be looked at. In reaction to the skyrocketing number of deaths and adverse events, other Biden administration and federal health officials were also publicly denigrating VAERS with comments like, quote, falsified VAERS report, potentially misleading VAERS posts, frequently misused by anti-vaccine activists, and, quote, conspiracy theorists, science deniers, and anti-vaccine activists can fill out the form. Now, this is quite honestly contrary to reports in terms of the high percentage that are actually reported by medical professionals. The federal health agencies had to be sued twice before a court finally forced them to disclose the results of the VSAE system, an online self-reporting safety for surveillance system created specifically for the mRNA COVID injections. Here's why they fought so hard to keep that from public view. Of the 10 million people who voluntarily provided information to VSafe, 7.7% sought medical care for COVID injection adverse events, and 25% lost time at work or couldn't perform their daily routine following injection. Even though I wrote 21 letters requesting information on what the agencies were tracking and what they knew about adverse events, I didn't need sophisticated mathematical models to tell me the COVID injection was causing significant harm. The data depicted on these charts alone should have raised the alert level to DEFCON 1. Now, this first chart is showing deaths reported on VAERS since the inception of VAERS. You can see starting in 1990, deaths were approximately a couple hundred per year, anaphylactic shock, those types of things. In 2021, deaths spiked to 21,631. Now, again, I didn't need a mathematical algorithm to tell me there's something going on here. And by the way, a lot of people will say, well, that's because we administered billions of doses. One of the letters I wrote to the CDC showed the rate of death per dose, compared it to the flu, which is about 0.46 deaths per million doses. Time we calculated this, the COVID injection was 25.5 deaths per million doses. That's a 55-fold increase over the deaths for the flu vaccine. So something was going on here. Our federal health officials should be paying attention. Let's do the next chart. This is the most up-to-date VAERS chart now. It's showing 39,077 deaths worldwide reported to VAERS. And understand, and we'll be adding this to the record, the Pilgrim report, an HHS-funded Pilgrim study at Harvard University showed that adverse events for vaccines are reported at less than 1%. So this grossly understates the number of adverse
right.
events and deaths. And you can see adverse events are almost 1.7 million. Multiply that times what, 100? 30? These are dramatically understated. In spite of these shocking numbers, federal health officials continued to recommend the injection, claiming it both safe and effective. By comparison, in 1976, after approximately 25 to 30 deaths and over 500 cases of Guillain-Barré syndrome, the swine flu vaccine was pulled from the market. Biden federal health officials were clearly not as vigilant in reacting to what VAERS was showing. For over 4 years, I have wondered how health officials could possibly ignore this overwhelming evidence of harm. Now I know. March 1st, 2021, less than 3 months after the COVID injections received an emergency use authorization, Peter Marks, the head of CBER, and officials reporting to him were warned by FDA's Dr. Anna Scharfman, and an individual who these officials recognize as an expert in FDA's data mining, that the current system would mask safety signals for COVID injection adverse events. Dr. Scharfman proposed a new model, a new method, invented by Dr. William Dumichel of Oracle, the inventor of the current algorithm, to uncover the hidden safety signals. On March 26, 2021, 26 days later, Dr. Scharfman sent Dr. Dumichel's data analysis to senior FDA officials, showing that the new analytical method found, quote, 49 examples of extreme masking and uncovered approximately 25 statistically significant safety signals of adverse events associated with COVID injection, including, let's put up the next chart here. Here's the sheet. These are the adverse events that they were showing a safety signal for using the new method. Bell's palsy, sinus rhythm, cardiac failure, chronic, acute left ventricular failure, agonal rhythm, which is severe arrhythmia generally occurred at the end of life, pulmonary infarction, cerebral artery occlusion, aortic stenosis, sudden cardiac death, hypertensive emergency, basal ganglia stroke. Now, these aren't minor. Remember, we're always told, adverse events are rare and minor. These are not minor.
Not at all.
Adverse events. And these safety signals were showing, and they were strong, but they were being hidden because FDA officials refused to acknowledge that the current system they were using was invalidated. And they had to look at the new system that unmasked these things.
So in brief, in short, in other words, they knew. They, even from the reports coming into the system, they were seeing these diseases, these problems in people's health, and these were safety signals. They should have pulled it. But what did they do? Ignore, hide. This is criminal negligence. These people should all involved, all who wrote emails and said things that should they were ignoring, etc., all of them should go to jail. In fact, Ron Johnson says at the end he will be subpoenaing them to answer. He has names and he would be subpoenaing them because this is wickedness. This is criminal. They allow that thing. That thing shouldn't even still be on the market in America. Nowhere. You understand? With this kind of information here.
Our report goes on to detail how federal officials refuse to acknowledge these revelations or take action to warn the public.
Wow.
Instead, senior FDA officials repeatedly tried to stop Dr. Scharfman from continuing her work or communicating her findings outside of FDA. In September 2021, Dr. Marks informed Dr. Patricia Cavazzoni, the then director of CDER, that Dr. Scharfman, who was a CDER employee, quote, has been asked to cease and desist conducting her data analysis. Dr. Marks complained that Dr. Scharfman's work had become, quote, a major distraction, that her efforts could create erroneous conflicts that feed to anti-vaccination rhetoric. Dr. Peter Stein, the then director of CDER's Office of New Drugs, reported to Dr. Marks that his office had, quote, made it clear to Dr. Scharfman, quote, that she should not be discussing and providing internal analyses externally and needs to focus on her assigned work. Dr. Scharfman, who retired from the FDA in 2025 after more than 35 years of service, told PSI staff in a recent interview that she believed her FDA colleagues saw her as a, quote, pest, and, quote, persona non grata, unquote, because she was raising concerns about masking.
See?
Our witnesses today are medical researchers and experts in scientific data collection. They will help clarify the masking issue and describe why this cover-up was so egregious. I want to thank them for their time and effort they put into our testimony. I also want to thank Secretary Kennedy for his commitment to radical transparency and for promising to make HHS personnel with knowledge of these events available for interviews with subcommittee. And I also want to give a huge shout out to my staff. These are the folks who found a needle in a haystack in a document production from one of the universities that we were investigating 2.5 years ago. Found that David Morin's email where he was talking about being able to, being told how to make emails disappear.
Wow.
And to use his Gmail. So these are the folks who did that. And these are the folks who have combed through 11 million pages to find and discover this egregious cover-up. So thank you guys. And with that, I'll turn it over to Senator Blumenthal.
Right. So, at least he's intending to do something about it. Let us see what would become of it. We know that we know how it goes. Many times we have to ask the question, yes, they need jailing. Yes, they need retribution. Yes, they need punishment, but who will do it? Many times we ask the question, right? But at least we see some people making an effort. In some countries, they don't even want you to talk about it anymore. It's as if they want you to behave as if nothing ever happened and just ignore it. And when you talk about it, they get upset. Because some are so partisan and just studying partisan politics, they don't want it to appear as if they don't want you to be like seeking to ruffle the feathers of their government or something. Nonsense. They just want you to just close your eyes and behave as if it never happened. No investigation, nothing. This was from today's hearing as well. This is just 1 minute, 15 seconds. This is one of the persons who testified. I forgot his name now, but this piece was cut out and a lot of people were circulating it. I'll just play it for you, okay?
Pharmacovigilance is absolutely necessary. Our knowledge is limited, even of a vaccine that passes clinical trials of a few thousand very healthy people. We simply do not know what adverse events look like in a diverse, large population until they're administered to a diverse, large population. We had better be watching very closely, which is pharmacovigilance. The vaccines, by honest accounting, were pathetically tested. Pre-EUA, no drug-drug interaction study, no cardiovascular toxicity, central nervous system toxicity, other organ toxicity, blood toxicity, genotoxicity, carcinogenicity. Had they actually turned out to be safe, it would have been serendipitous, a happy accident. Luck is not a pillar of public health. Pharmacovigilance behind closed doors should give everyone pause. It is simply too important to not do it correctly. Lapses can be and were catastrophic.
Right. So CHD did the live and everything, Children's Health Defense. The key thing, the key takeaway here, I keep saying doctor, here Senator Ron Johnson is making available this report that is showing that health officials purposely turned a blind eye toward COVID-19 vaccine safety signals. In other words, they knew early that this thing was not safe, even from the early reports. Now, we know that even before the rollout, when they were looking at the reaction to the so-called trials that they did, because they didn't do proper trials, they saw evils. But even from the early reports, so many things, so many dangers, damage, not no simple little fever or headache there or whatever. Horrible things, strokes, blood clots, etc. They knew and they didn't do anything. In fact, they found emails of people discussing how to hide how not to acknowledge certain things, how to use a certain email instead or Gmail or whatever the case is. And I really hope at least more of this could come out. They would subpoena them, they would question them before the Senate and so on and expose them, because it is the height of wickedness. Now, for me, the importance of these facts is that, again, should they come to you with any nonsense, your governments, etc., and depending on CDC and FDA, you could show, but look what the health officials did. Look what they were accused of. Look what they were guilty of. Look, this evidence is here. Don't come to us with that. We do not count those agencies as any health agencies that has authority over us. They are wicked and crooked and cruel. Where is Rochelle Walensky? Where are all of them? They are out. They just resign or just depart the department and go on working for Harvard or working here or working there. Nobody has been held accountable. So I don't want to hear any government minister in my country, no minister of health, no CMO, chief medical officer, no government, no prime minister coming and telling me as a citizen, the CDC said and the FDA said. They will get rebukes from me for that.
And Sister Anissa, not
Yes,
even
Brother
so
Midan.
much as an apology. Not
You
even so much
understand?
as an apology.
But Brother Midan, they're not even acknowledging that these agencies were wrong. They're not even acknowledging that. The most they want to do is to just continue to play partisan power. Well, Ralph should not have mandated it, but you didn't support the mandate. I believe it was just because of political expediency. The point about it is, who was behind Ralph? Who were they following? They were following WHO, they were following CDC, they were following FDA, they were following PAHO and CARFA. Yeah? And all these agencies failed because they were all doing Bill Gates' bidding.
Amen.
Money.
Same agencies the government following today.
Precisely. Precisely. They go to their meetings and everything. They're doing what they're telling them to do, which brings me to this, right? Which brings me to this.
And just simply saying,
Go
Sister
ahead.
Anissa, hence
Go ahead.
the reason for this study, because this program, because should there come another pandemic, which we see that they are planning, they will all follow them again.
Yeah, they will. They will. Right. So this brings me to this, the point you just made there, Sister Cream and even Brother Maidon, right? Because watch this. Let me see if I could turn this back up. I realized I had my last clip low. I hope it didn't affect you too much. I turned it down when I wanted to read over Dr. Montagnier. Okay, look at this. This is another clip on our Ministry of Health page, brethren, right? Because like I said, they're celebrating some vaccination week or something, right? In the Americas. That's it on the screen there. So this nurse, senior nursing officer in the community nursing service in our country, right? She is reading out whatever they give her to read about the celebration of vaccination week in the Americas and what they're doing. And they're using it to invite and encourage persons to come and take vaccines. Go to your clinics, let your children get up to speed with their childhood vaccine schedule, or even adults, get your tetanus, get your HPV, get your this, that, and so on. Who they following doing that? The same agencies.
Vaccination Week in the Americas, April 25th to May 2nd, 2026. This year, the Pan American Health Organization, together with countries and regions of the Americas and their partners, will celebrate the 24th Vaccination Week in the Americas and the 15th World Immunization Week. This year's theme will focus on supporting countries' efforts to improve vaccination coverage and face ongoing outbreak and recent setback.
What ongoing
The
outbreak we
slogan
have?
is,
What ongoing outbreak? And you hear vaccination coverage, because somebody told them, these agencies told them, you need 70% vaccinated with measles vaccine. You need this percentage vaccinated with this. That's what they're doing. Just to meet a quota, just to meet a figure, with most likely some sort of financial or other support tied to that. The slogan is what? Your decision makes a difference. What difference? There's no protection from
your
these vaccines.
decision makes a difference. immunization for all.
Oh my God.
This year, Vaccination Week in the Americas campaign will once again reinforce collaboration with PAHO and the Elimination Initiative, highlighting vaccination as an essential plan for achieving regional goals and avoiding critical setbacks.
Watch me. So much lies, eh? Elimination, immunization. What the hell? What kind of immunization? When you say you keep having outbreaks, then the people not immunized? Huh? And look, you see, she's going to list the eliminations now. Watch. Such as the loss of measles elimination. Hello? If it was eliminated, how come you lose the elimination? Huh? It shows that you didn't eliminate anything with the shots. In fact, you cause people to get more shots. To get more measles. Because those who get the vaccine for measles, they'll be shedding the measles. But you lie and you said your vaccines cause the elimination of measles. How you could come now and talk about the loss of measles elimination? That doesn't even make sense. That is a contradiction. If it is eliminated, you can't lose the elimination. This is what our health officials come in the media and are saying to us. And people are not even thinking, and then they just run and they go and they give their children these things. Then they call us crazy.
Setback, such as the loss of measles elimination, re-verification in the region. This poses a real threat to public health in the region, making it urgent to close immunity gap and prevent outbreak in all countries of the region. Vaccination remains one of the most effective and safest intervention for protecting individuals and collective health. Vaccination Week in the Americas is considered a regional public good.
No public good in damaging
addition,
people's health with vaccine.
Vaccine Week in the Americas will continue to focus on reducing the most urgent gap in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, ensuring that vaccination remains a political and social priority.
Oh my, you hear
the
that?
Ministry of Health,
government has
Wellness,
it as a
Environmental
political
Health and
priority.
Energy specific objective of the 26th Vaccine Week in the Americas will 1. Keep immunization at the top of the political agenda.
Hear that, Sister Monifa
2. Maintain elimination targets and control vaccine preventable disease.
All you hear? Nothing going to change. Immunization will remain a top political priority of the government, of the government's political agenda. You hearing this?
Agenda. 2. Maintain elimination targets and control vaccine preventable disease with a special focus on measles. 3. Promote equitable access to vaccine throughout the life course.
Oh my God.
4. Build confidence in the safety of all vaccines. And 5. To promote evidence-based.
You see what they have on the screen there? You see what they have on the screen there? You see what they have on the screen there? Frightening people by showing them pictures of genital warts and things to tell them they need to take HPV vaccines to stop cancer. You see what they're doing?
Evidence-based information to combat myths and misinformation about vaccines.
Combat myths and misinformation about vaccines. So that's what they call what we're doing here. They will call it myths and misinformation because nothing ever wrong with any of their vaccines and nothing ever wrong with any of their claims, even though the world all over is proving that the things are evil. The aluminum in all the vaccines that they're giving to the children are killing them, are causing neurological damage in their brain, causing autism. You understand? The evidence that exists that they did not study the Hep B, the hepatitis B vaccine properly, that they're given to children on day 1. I held a baby in my hand years ago visited the mother at the hospital because she wanted me to come. I had not too long got to know her. And she had delivered and gone there, held the baby outside and everything, you know, for the first time and everything. Then she had to come for the child, not gone back inside there and make the nurse them give the child vaccine. The child today is 15 years old with encephalitis, 15. And if you see the child on the little bed there, she can't do anything for herself and she's 15. Obviously underdeveloped and everything like that. I just met the mother recently and was asking her about her and how it is, you know, with this situation. And I know she regrets every day of her life. Day of birth.
Vaccine. Based on the epidemiological situation and specific vaccination coverage gap in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, this year the ministry will focus on 1. Reaching out to unvaccinated and undervaccinated individuals, as well as areas with low vaccination coverage, to close the most urgent immunity gap and reduce the pool of vulnerable individuals. 2. Prioritizing the vaccination of children with 0 doses or incomplete coverage to close coverage gap and protect them against dangerous diseases that threaten their lives. 3. Achieving and maintaining the elimination and control goal of vaccine preventable diseases. 4.
You have goal to eliminate and eliminate and eliminate all the days of your life and you still can't finish eliminating.
Promote vaccination throughout the life course. And 5. Promote integrated health approaches such as vector control effort, deworming, water sanitation, and hygiene activities, example hand washing. Remember, your decision makes a difference. The walk is about the people, and the only way forward is together. Thank you.
My dear, you need to go and study. You need to go and listen to the facts coming out of the places and the departments, the facts being exposed when those departments are sued, the FDA, the CDC showing how all those childhood vaccines that you all have been given to us since we were small, many of us have problems today, later on in life, 40-something years old, 50-something years old, because of them. Because the facts remain that we just down here and we just accept them and we just take them. But no study was ever properly done on these vaccines. Many of them, they didn't follow the candidates, the trial participants down through the years to make sure that everything was all right. And even where they did, they hid information concerning the damage to people's children. And you know, the point alone, and I'm going to read some of your comments, the point alone about elimination should strike something in your minds, because for years, you've been telling us that vaccines are safe and effective. Vaccines eradicated polio, eradicated measles, eradicated ABC, and yet now you come back and still saying, oh, we need to close the gap of under-vaccination and lack of vaccination, etc., in certain areas, and we need to work on elimination. How long you been working on elimination, and how could something be eliminated and then it's not eliminated, so you have to work on elimination again? It doesn't make any sense. You're not talking to fools, but you all can't even see that something is wrong there. Sister Karima says, get vaccinated for what? To weaken your immune system? These people are demons. Brother Midan, honestly, half of them, they're just ignorant. They don't even know what is going on. They're just doing what they are told.
The sad thing is, they don't care to do any research at all.
True. And when we talk and show concern, they're ready to curse us out, call us names.
That's the point I was coming to. So why do that and still promote something, and you seeing people sicking and dying all around you, and you're still promoting it and telling you it's not that? How you know it's that? What kind of people are they? They don't have a brain?
That is it. That is it. Why is vaccination a top priority for the government's political agenda, Brother Carvers? As Brother Midon says, because they get plenty money from promoting it, but by the time you get injured from it, they don't know you. Correct. Correct. Because they don't take any responsibility for damage done to people after they're finished giving them these vaccines, these childhood vaccines. In fact, they will say it is not the vaccine that caused that. Just like they've been singing the song over and over that it is not the MMR that was that caused autism. Yeah? Sister Creamer says,
Autism.
yes. Brother Tommy says, I don't want Trinidad and Tobago citizens to take these new rounds of poison shots. Sister Creamer says they don't care. They have to fulfill the quota to please these organizations. Correct. Brother William said, majority of children I see at clinic, and this is a doctor speaking to you here. He said, one second. Right. He said, majority of children I see at clinic has autism from having regular scheduled vaccines. Not 50%, but more, as 75% has autism. And from what? From regular scheduled vaccines. Are you hearing this? This is what is really going on. These are the real facts. Of course, earlier Sister Christina answering Brother Tommy had said it is depopulation. And she also said justice is falling in the street. Yes, that's right. Now, there's a clip I have here because I'm looking for the most pointed one now. There's a clip I have concerning the issue of measles. Because you notice, did you all hear her say that they're going to be focusing on measles, Sister Creamer? Let me see.
Yes, I heard her mention measles.
Yeah, she said they will be focusing on measles. Right. Yes, I want to play this. Especially, I must play this. Okay? But they love, the CDC, they love to quote. And they love to depend on. This is a minute. This one is a minute. And then the next one is from Delbic Tree. You see this measles thing, they're pushing it a lot. They push it. You know why? Because they know that the MMR is what especially contributes to autism. And because people have become more educated over time about it, they're experiencing a drop in the uptake. And they want to push it back on people. They're not satisfied. Yeah? So they're seeking to counteract by lying to our countries and telling them, well, you know, we have lost measles elimination, so we need to get it back. That is such a stupid and a blatant lie. You cannot lose elimination. If you lose elimination, then it means there was no elimination to begin with. They want to change the English language definition and all for elimination, for the lies, for the deceptions, right? So look at this. Look at what is on this. CDC data shows MMR and MMRV vaccines are linked to 2,657% more deaths. Not 50% more deaths, you know. 2,657% more deaths than measles itself since 1995. And this is CDC data showing that. Our study found hundreds of deaths among infants and toddlers within days of the MMR vaccination. They died from sudden infant death syndrome, what they call SIDS, cardiac arrest, and then encephalitis. Measles vaccine, 2,657% more deaths in children who took the MMR shots and another MMR shot with another vaccine to it. More deaths than the measles itself. 2,657% more. And who's saying that since 1995? Who's saying that? CDC data. Not the Tusians, eh? We didn't invent it. Listen.
Official CDC FDA data. We looked at it. And when the vaccines kill or are linked to 2,600% more deaths than measles infection for the past 30 years. That is a serious debacle, serious disaster, absolutely foolish. The vaccine should never kill more than the infection, never, especially 2,600% more. And remember, VAERS is underreported, so we could multiply that by about 30. We might get up to 80,000% more deaths with these vaccines than measles infection. There was only 7 measles deaths in the past 30 years. And so it's not looking good for that. We found these children died of sudden cardiac arrest, SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, encephalitis, seizures, and 25% were hospitalized. Over half died within 2 weeks, and over half of them died within ages 1 to 1.5, right when they get these shots. And so it's very damning information.
You hear this? This information exists. You know what I tell myself? Perhaps some serious cases have to occur that shock the senses of Vincentians. I'm talking about my reality. Before you might hear an outcry. But I will make sure I give the education. When they're done, they'll have to say, boy, Anissa was right. Boy, the Tusians were right. This is craziness. This is information that exists. This is CDC data. Thank God for the likes of Nicholas Hosher. Thank God for McCullough Foundation that we could find out. This is craziness. But William is adding that it not only causes problems like seizures and encephalitis and so on, the MMR vaccine in children, but in later years, it causes schizophrenia in people all 20s, in their 20s to 40s. Schizophrenia starts to show up in that population who took measles vaccine. God alone knows what else we have today because of it. Cardiac arrest, heart problems. They gave us measles vaccines when we were small. So I want to play this clip here from Del Big Tree, because this one was published today. While I was doing my work, I was on his site. I was looking for something else, and I saw he published it at that time. It was saying 3 hours ago, and this is I find it a really informative clip, and it deals with this issue of measles, right? Because you see, oftentimes they argue with you that you need to vaccinate the child because the child is a risk to other children in the classroom, which is nonsense. Because if you say the vaccine works to protect your child from getting measles, then the children who took the vaccine should have no problem being in the classroom with children who didn't take it. Because they're supposed to be protected, right? So they're not supposed to get anything. So if your child took the vaccine for the measles and supposed to be protected from getting it, but has a problem with my child being in the classroom who didn't take it, then it begs the question, what kind of protection you have from your vaccine? But the reality is the opposite. The vaccinated children are actually shedding the measles and causing unvaccinated children to get sick. This report talks about that in some measure. Listen. So this is why we discourage even the childhood vaccines. This is the segment here being dealt with, because we showed you what the ministry is coming with in St. Vincent, and they're encouraging people, go and take your childhood vaccines, make sure the children get them, make sure the children are up to date, etc. But they're no good. And they say they're focusing on measles.
Some people may think of measles as a disease of the past, but an alarming rise in the number of cases in the United States shows that's not the case.
There's a health alert this morning about measles. An outbreak that we have been following for you is now growing.
In Southeast Michigan, a measles outbreak has expanded to 7 cases.
In Ohio, the CDC confirms 11 confirmed measles cases.
In South Carolina, amid the largest measles outbreak the U.S. has seen in more than 35 years.
Utah is now the epicenter of the U.S. measles outbreak.
And doctors worry that this virus, one of the most contagious known to humanity, could eventually rip through the U.S. like it did a century ago.
State officials are urging everyone to make sure you and your children have had
2 doses of the MMR vaccine. It is 97% effective at preventing measles infection.
Outbreaks and high numbers of measles cases. This is a pretty new phenomenon in the last couple of years, and it is really directly related to decreasing vaccination rates across our country.
I am concerned about high-risk communities where we have low rates of vaccination and that it can spread quickly.
Unfortunately, it only takes a small percent to not vaccinate for things to really spread like wildfire.
That last comment I find interesting. It only takes a small percent to not vaccinate to cause a wildfire. Why would that be? Why would a small percent throw it out of whack to like wildfire proportions? Obviously, you know, one of the things I really want to point out, Jeffrey, is when we look at this story, people need to understand that the entire purpose of a measles vaccine program was not to protect you from measles. Their goal was to eradicate measles from the planet. This was the dream they had back in the 1960s. There was a lot of virologists and immunologists that thought it would be dangerous. Don't pressure this very contagious virus that is so mild. You know, why risk it? But let's be clear, Jeffrey, they have failed. But when you watch that news, it is clear what we say over and over again. That is a pharmaceutical ad. That is not news.
That's
right.
right.
Oh my God, 7 cases of a rash in our state. It's all coming crashing down. 11 cases. We have an epidemic on our hands. Oh, and by the way, Pfizer says take 2 doses of the vaccine to make sure that you're covered 97%. The thing is an entire ad that is funded by the 70% of advertising that's going into these news stations. And when I watch it, I think, how does any baby boomer sit and watch that and think this is ridiculous? I mean, we used to have, well, of course, a Brady Bunch episode about this. Let's just remind everybody, this is how panicked they used to be when they got the measles.
Not panicked at all.
Boy, this is the life, isn't it? Yeah. If you have to get sick, sure can't beat the measles. That's right. No medicine. Inside or out. Like shots, I mean. Don't even mention shots. Yeah.
Yeah, a laugh track because nobody was panicked about it, but they're funded to be panicked now on the news. And the story has been this way. I mean, every year it's Del Bigtree and Robert Kennedy Jr. the reason we're having measles outbreaks. No, it's because your vaccine actually did not eradicate this disease. It's coming through in the same cycles it always has. And one bigger issue is the really immune people, which is the baby boomers. They are slowly now leaving this planet. So the last foundational pillar of herd immunity is disappearing. Now all we have is this weak, pathetic immunity that's given by vaccines that doesn't last long enough. And slowly but surely we're seeing more and more of this. But hey, let's go ahead and blame the 2 unvaccinated kids in the building when really this is an issue, I think, that has always been there. Your vaccine program didn't work. You failed. And now your failure you can blame on this group because you own the television. That's what I think is going on anyway.
And we can see politicians are trying to seize on these cases, on these fear narratives to ram through legislation. We barely got out of the way of a one in South Carolina. They tried to push this through, but protesters' parents swarmed the State House. South Carolina lawmakers killed bill that would have ended religious exemptions for measles vaccine. So highly unpopular going after the religious exemption, civil rights, First Amendment. But they're racing to do that because of some measles cases or an outbreak in South Carolina. They're hoping to get this legislation. You know, once that passes, that's there forever, unless ICANN attorneys can come in and try to reverse that. But like you said, we're talking about what about the level of asymptomatic spread? Because this vaccine is not a sterilizing vaccine.
Right.
These people that get vaccinated are carriers. We know this from the science. It's not just a sterile world we're living in where you get the vaccine, the MMR vaccine, and everyone's sterile except for the unvaccinated. They're dirty. And that's not how that works. So let's look at some studies here just to confirm this.
Watch
so it's not just us talking about this. Here's one titled Persistence of Measles Antibodies After 2 Doses of Measles Vaccine in a Post-Elimination Environment. So these researchers looked at children who received a second measles vaccine dose at kindergarten, age 4 to 6 years, or middle school, age 10 to 12 years. Then they took serum samples. So taking blood samples. Serum samples were collected periodically during a 10-year period for the kindergarten group and a 5-year period for the middle school group. So this is a pretty scientific study. We're not talking about theories or AI models. And let's look at the actual images. This is some basically bar graphs you're looking at here from the study. And you can see the legend, giving you an idea of how to read this and how to interpret the chart. Those big black lines, the tallest black bar graph lines, are the high antibody titers. So when these kids, on the far left side, you can see the age. When these kids first get the vaccine, they're about 75% have the antibody titers for preventing infection. But as you can see, it, like with every other vaccine, it wanes, it wanes, it wanes until they need a booster or another booster. And then they get a little jolt there, but they also are susceptible to an injury event profile from the vaccine. But you can see it goes down, it wanes. But that second bar, if you're going from right to left, the second bar, which is a lot smaller, the black bar, that is a medium to low level, meaning susceptible to subclinical infection. So you have about 25%, depending on what bar graph you're looking at, some of them are up to 50%, have low to medium antibody levels that makes them susceptible, makes these kids susceptible to subclinical infection, meaning they're carrying, they're transmitters. They're carrying the measles virus, they're transmitters, they're giving it. And what's happening is this isn't stopping, it's spreading. And when you see an unvaccinated...
So the vaccinated children are carrying the disease and they are actually transmitting it to other children. The problem is not in the unvaccinated. In fact, the unvaccinated could get sick from the vaccinated.
They're transmitters. They're carrying the measles virus. They're transmitters. They're giving it. And what's happening is this isn't stopping. It's spreading. And when you see an unvaccinated child with measles, that's just one person lighting up as an example of what's going on in the community. And so the researchers say this: if ongoing viral transmission requires that a substantial portion of the population be antibody negative, our data suggests that such a situation may be several decades away. Well, that research was in 2007, so we're almost a couple decades away right now.
So there they were saying it's not going to be the unvaccinated. I want to bring it up because I think this is something that you and I have been thinking about a lot, and I'm glad you found this study. But bring up the bars again, because I want to make sure we understand what they're saying here. What they're saying is they tested the blood in these children over a period of time, and when they first get the vaccine, they have a high, rate of antibodies. So this number 900, if it's 900 or above, they believe that means you are not getting infected. You are totally blocking this thing. But if it drops below 900 in this 121 to 900 range, that medium space, now you may not be getting symptoms, but you are a carrier. You're an asymptomatic carrier. You're infected. You just don't know it. And so it's a huge group right there on that when you're looking at that number oftentimes, and it drops down to this within a year or two. These kids, 25, 30% of them, and most of them are only tracked for 5 years, some of them 10 years. But what happens once you're in college or you're an adult? This is what we're talking about. And by the way, when they scream 97% effective, yeah, the day after you get the vaccine, but that waning is what we learned in COVID. They said the same thing, 95% effective, but it was only effective immediately. And then all of a sudden, within 15 weeks, it became negative efficacy when it came to COVID. You were more likely to catch the disease and spread the disease. And this is what I think more science. I want Bobby Kennedy, maybe we should write a letter to him about this. I want him, the next time there's a measles outbreak, will we go ahead and do antibody tests of everybody in the community, everybody in the school system, not just find out who the unvaccinated. Of course, the unvaccinated are catching it. It's a highly communicable disease, but they're the canaries in the coal mine showing you that the environment is carrying this. They're lighting up. And by the way, we're not complaining. We should be. If your unvaccinated kids are getting our kids sick, maybe there's something to complain about there, although most of us want this immunity. And let me make this clear. What this study is showing us is something I'm trying to get through to reporters when I'm talking to them. Your unvaccinated kids are going to catch measles every time it circulates through once they drop below that 900. So year after year, if there's measles around, they're going to be spreading it to each other. They're going to be putting that immune-suppressed child that can't vaccinate at risk. Meanwhile, the unvaccinated kid isn't a carrier of this until the moment he or she has it or, contracts it. And what's going to happen? I'm keeping them home. They got a rash. They clearly have the measles. They're not in school. We know they're sick, so they're staying home. Unlike the vaccinated children that don't know they're carrying and sick and are spreading it all over each other, my kid's home. So maybe there was 2 or 3 days they were contagious where we didn't catch it, didn't know it was the measles. All right. So they were there. But your kids are spreading it for weeks at a time every single year. And guess what? Those 3 or 4 days, now my child that was unvaccinated has now got an immunity that is going to last a lifetime. They're the only ones replacing the baby boomers. They're the only ones creating true herd immunity to protect, the population. And this is something no one in media wants to talk about. They want to make the unvaccinated kid the bad guys. The truth is they are healthy until the moment. And by the way, we see this as an expression of health. Now they're just developing powerful immunity to go on and pass it on to their kids and to protect those around them. So this whole story, we need more science to look at exactly what you're talking about. But very interesting. 900 is your antibodies. Okay, probably stopping it. But then when it wanes below that, look at that. So if they've got 25% of them, are in that medium zone, you don't have herd immunity. You're at 70%. Then if you start at 95 and then they say like up to 10% don't even react to the vaccine. So you're dropping down to 70, 60%. They never had herd immunity. They can never get there. This product sucks. Can we all just admit it? All right, Jeffrey. Thank you. Amazing reporting. Go ahead.
This is the dirty little secret.
It is.
This is the dirty little secret that the experts in this field know. The ones loading the teleprompters typically for those media experts that are making those stories that we're watching. And I want to go over one last study just to confirm what you're saying. These are by some of the experts in the field of immunology, the re-emergence of measles in developed countries. Well, I thought we got rid of it. It's not the anti-vaxxers, it's this. Multiple studies demonstrate that 2 to 10% of those immunized with 2 doses of measles vaccine fail to develop protective antibody levels, and that immunity can wane over time and result in infection, so-called secondary vaccine failure, when the individual is exposed to measles. Here's some more examples. For example, during the 1989-1991 U.S. measles outbreak, 20 to 40% of the individuals affected had been previously immunized with 1 to 2 doses of the vaccine.
What herd immunity? What are we talking about?
Look, and those are the kind of information that really exists in different studies. You see that? For example, during the 1989 to 1991 U.S. measles outbreaks, 20 to 40% of the individuals affected had been previously immunized with 1 to 2, or had been injected really, with 1 to 2 doses of vaccine. In an October 2011 outbreak in Canada, over 50% of the 98 individuals had received 2 doses of measles vaccines. And this is something we've always known, that when it comes to this alarm that's raised about outbreak of measles, usually it is in the vaccinated population because they're giving you the disease through the vaccine. And this is what happens with the children. And then they want to blame it on a few children whose parents didn't vaccinate them and they came to school. If you're not sick, you go to school. But it is your children who took the vaccine that is sick and can spread the sickness. And that is what has caused the so-called outbreaks, that when they would complain about outbreaks in classrooms and things, check it good and you will see it is the vaccinated children for the most part, who are sick from their own vaccines and who also are spreading the measles because they took the vaccines. These things, and I will just come out of this here now, because that was the essence, really. And I'm saying, in view of the current, how should I say, arguments about taking measles vaccines again because there are outbreaks and we need to deal with the loss of elimination, Del Bigtree and his reporter there were reacting because this is current news in America. And look, we have our Ministry of Health in Simmons and the Grannies actually saying they're going to focus on measles in their marking of the week, vaccination week of the Americas. And the very same things, the things are not new. And that's why we have to educate people. In this book that I have in my hand here, the same Miller's Review of Critical Vaccine Studies by Neil Z. Miller, the whole section on measles inside here cites different studies from years like 2015, 2014, which show measles can be spread from fully vaccinated people to other fully vaccinated people. That was one study like that. Then you have in a study from 2013, largest measles epidemic in North America in a decade, Quebec, Canada, 2011. Contribution of susceptibility, serendipity, and super spreading events. The summary topic of the study: measles vaccine failures cause outbreaks of the disease. You understand me? Here's another one. Loss of immunity after MMR and viral shedding could spread disease and prevent herd immunity. This is from a 1992 study in Denmark, a Danish study. And so many more are listed here. Okay? Detection of measles vaccine in the throat of a vaccinated child. A study from 2002. I'm telling you, right? Look at this. Spotlight on measles 2010. Excretion of vaccine strain measles virus in urine and pharynx secretions of a child with vaccine-associated febrile rash illness, Croatia. So the child had the vaccine and they actually tested the child's urine and found the child was excreting the vaccine strain measles, the virus in its urine and also in the pharynx. Secretions in the pharynx having the vaccine material in it. Look at this. MMR vaccine may be associated with brain autoimmunity and autism. And they have studies from 2002, MMR and other vaccines made with human fetal cells may be linked with rising cases of autism. This is from a study from 1979. MMR contains human fetal DNA fragments that may be associated with autism and genetic mutations. Emergency room visits are significantly more common in children who were recently vaccinated against MMR. That's from a study from 2011. So listen, don't make them fool you. In this same book, the author gives studies which show that the very WHO and other agencies acknowledge that what is needed in dealing with measles, even if your child comes down with measles, what is needed are high doses of vitamin A. On page 248, from page 248 of this book, there's a whole section dealing with vitamin A and measles, showing how vitamin A supplementation is highly protective against complications and death from measles. And the WHO knows this. A whole study named the World Health Organization recommends high doses of vitamin A for children with measles to reduce their risk of complications and death, and so on. So there's no need for you to be rushing down people with vaccines for measles when it is well established and known that they could use vitamin A supplements, high doses of vitamin A, to help them if they do get infected, to cure them, to not cause complications or prevent complications and death. And even now, you can just ensure that the vitamin A in your child's diet is good enough that they're not likely to come down with measles. But you pushing this vaccine, the measles vaccine, repeatedly, you are going to create problems for us in this country. We're going to be seeing more cases of measles as a result, by them saying that they're focusing on measles as a part of their vaccine agenda. Notice they say it is on the political and social agenda of the government going forward. So we have to educate ourselves and be aware, and we have to help to educate people. We won't be able to go any further, but I will seek to share in another forum. We have evidence. I'm saying to people that you should not go the route of childhood vaccines. There's a lot of information about the danger of childhood vaccines to brain health because of the presence of aluminum in them. As a matter of fact, in one recent study that was discussed, perhaps I could just show the headline of it. Dr. Brian Hooker, he was at the same HPV what they call it, the same HPV symposium that we attended in 2019. And this doctor, he and some other scientists, they have, and this came out in February 2026, they have published their work showing how they're able to map. Look at it, look at the headline. Scientists publish map for how aluminum in vaccines can cause brain injury that triggers autism. They actually have the evidence. They have information. It says aluminum adjuvants in vaccines can and likely do cause autism in genetically susceptible babies and children, according to a new scientific review of over 200 peer-reviewed studies. So 200 peer-reviewed studies, this group of scientists sit down and review the 200 studies, and they conclude these things. The review, led by Children's Health Defense Chief Scientific Officer Dr. Brian Hooker, lays out the biochemical and physiological framework that explains how aluminum-containing vaccines can cause autism. So when you think of the child, and this was published in February the 2nd, 2026 on Children's Health Defense website. So when you think of the childhood vaccines, and they all have that problem of having aluminum in them, which is toxic to brain health, don't give your children them. It is a lie that they wouldn't be well if they don't take the vaccines to go to school. It is not true. That is a deception. They will be healthy. They will be better off, as we have seen in this study recently from Delbic 3 and others. They will be better off than even the vaccinated children health-wise. Okay? And more and more people are testifying about this. Just yesterday, there was a body called the Interagency Autism Coordinating Committee hearing in America, the IACC. And in that hearing, we had lawyers who litigate in the court to prove that their clients have been damaged by vaccines, childhood vaccines, like Aaron Siri. He testified and he showed what they know. Okay, so whenever I touch on health issues again, or even just a separate video, I will publish some of these other cutouts that I had here for you, because they're very important for you to understand and for you to be able to help people to know the facts, that they would not harm themselves and their children taking these poisons. Remember what we saw that Ellen White said. And I'll bring it up on the screen again. And we will read a scripture. She showed, I quote, "The transgression of physical law is the transgression of God's law. Our Creator is Jesus Christ. He is the author of our being. He has created the human structure. He is the author of physical laws as he is the author of the moral law. And the human being who is careless and reckless of the habits and practices that concern his physical life and health sins against God. Many who profess to love Jesus Christ do not show proper reverence and respect for him who gave his life to save them from eternal death. He is not reverenced or respected or recognized. This is shown by the injury done to their own bodies in violation of the laws of their being." Here's what the Bible says. Here's what the Bible says. The Bible, God is concerned about you not violating the laws of health of your being, because he shows that your body, your physical human structure, is God's temple. And if you defile it, he will destroy you. And you will have to answer to him for the things done in your body. You will have to answer in judgment for the things done in your body, whether they be good or bad. Let's look at it. 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verses 19 and 20. This is what it says as we close. 1 Corinthians 6, 19 and 20. What? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit which is in you, which you have of God, and ye are not your own? For ye are bought with a price. Therefore, glorify God in your body and in your spirit or experience, which are God's or which belong to God. So your body This is how you're supposed to see your body as God's created human structure. He made it. And as such, he tells you what it is for. It is the temple of the Holy Spirit, for God to dwell in you by his Spirit. You're not your own. You have this body of God, we are told, which you have of God. He lent it to you. And he paid a price for your salvation, for you to have the experience of salvation in that physical body. We are told you are bought with a price, therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit or experience, which are God's. So you're supposed to think of your body as God's temple and that you're supposed to glorify him in that body. Let's look at another scripture here. In the same Corinthians, 2 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 10. 2 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 10. And it says here, quote, for even, sorry, that was the wrong scripture. It's probably 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians chapter 3. Actually, 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verses 16 and 17. Right? 16 and 17. It says here, know ye not that ye are the temple of God and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? Right. If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. For the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. So God is saying, if you defile this body, in other words, if you do injury to it, as Sister White is saying here, he will destroy you because it is sinning against him. But the body, your body, which is God's temple, is supposed to be holy. Meaning, you're supposed to honor God in your body, glorify him as God alone. And when you take these injurious substances into your body and these drugs and so on, these poisons, which are really sorcery, concoctions from these evil inventors of evil, these wicked men who are satanic Jews who didn't want to retain God in their knowledge through Jesus Christ and who rejected him and who became reprobate, these heads of these pharmaceutical companies. When you take their sorcerous products into your body and you defile your body, you damage your body, you harm your body, what you do there is you sin against God and you bring destruction from God to you for doing that. Amen. And the last scripture is the one, right, here it is. It is 2 Corinthians 5:10. That's the one with verse 10. 2 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 10. It says, for we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, that everyone may receive the things done in his body, according to that he hath done, whether it be good or bad. So you will answer to God for what you do in your body, whether it is a good deed you do in your body or a bad deed. And if you put harmful, injurious substances into your body, like drugs, you will answer to God for that. You will answer to God for that. We have come to the end. What can I say? I know we couldn't play much in terms of what help exists, but what I could tell you is this. The news out there is this. All the cancers, ivermectin, mebendazole, and febendazole. These are antiparasitic drugs. In the case of ivermectin, made from natural bacteria in the soil. That was discovered by a Japanese scientist who won a Nobel Prize for it. And it is safe. It has been on the World Health Organization's list of essential medication for the last 40 years. It is safer than Tylenol. And all the doctors are telling you now that you cannot afford to be without ivermectin, also hydroxychloroquine and zinc in your medicine cabinet in the face of any potential next pandemic. And they're also telling you in reports of the many cases of persons who have had the same turbo cancer and they have gotten great help from the use of ivermectin and febendazole and mebendazole. Both fenbendazole and membendazole are antiparasitic drugs as well. The only difference is that one is approved for use in humans by the FDA and the other one is approved for use in animals. But they have both shown, even AI is telling you when you search, They have both shown great effects in terms of helping you to fight against cancer. And many people have been getting help. You can check out people like Dr. William Mackis. He has, I think, what is probably the biggest turbo cancer clinic, if I should call it that. He's a doctor out of Canada, and he has been fighting against this whole COVID vaccine issue, and he has been helping a lot of people fight against the cancers that they got from COVID vaccine by using ivermectin, menbendazole, fenbendazole. The sad thing is, the FDA and they knew this about these drugs, and they hid it, they lied on it, they called it horse medicine, they discouraged people from using it just so they could sell their vaccines. And all these things come out in the reports today too. When it comes to ivermectin and fenbendazole, it's cheaper than and safer than chemotherapy. They know this. This is why they hid it. This is why they badmouthed it, because they wanted people, and they still want people, to pay all the monies to the pharmaceutical companies rather than buy things that you could get for, I don't know, $2 a tablet or whatever the case is, and that could help you, that is actually safe. And then there are other herbs that you're told about that are very good to fight against the cancers, like lemongrass and dandelion, the root, the leaves, even the apricot seeds. But right here in the Caribbean, you can get the dandelion, you can get the lemongrass. And many also are showing that there are studies that show that these two herbs have been very good in fighting against cancers. And do you know what else? Studies are also showing that high doses of vitamin C are correcting cancer problems in people. Those are some of the clips that I had that I would have played for you had I had the time. I will make time to put them together and put the resources out there so you could have them to help yourselves and also to help other people. Because the health message, properly conducted, is an entering wedge to other truths of the gospel to help people with, and it helps the body, the right arm of the body, literally and physically. May God bless you as you seek to honor God, glorify Him in obeying the laws of health. And please be careful. Do not trust the governments. Do not trust these so-called health agencies, because they don't have your interest at heart. They work against your health, against your life, and against your free conscience by bringing mandates to fight against your liberty of conscience. So we have to close here. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for all your comments and your attention. Brother William is just reminding us that Pharma and Trump are lying to the public by saying they removed all the mercury from the vaccines, but they never did. And he would know. He's a medical doctor. He is dealing with them. Okay? So we are not to trust them at all. Muzman says, good news indeed. I suppose she was referring to when we talked about the fact that you could use vitamin A and so on. So thank you again, and let us bow for a word of prayer. Thank you, loving Father, for the education that you have given to us in this church in health reform, that we could not only help ourselves, but warn men and women everywhere and help them. Thank you for the view that you have shown us, that it is when men do not want to retain God in their knowledge. And we know that God, you God, are revealed through your Son, Jesus Christ. And so we have seen that it is those who have rejected Christ, the satanic Jews, who have been used by Satan to develop these sorceries and sorcery institutions, or sorcery producing or manufacturers. And we see them at the head of the pharmaceutical companies, these satanic Jews. And we know they are the ones poisoning the people and causing a state of affairs where there are many pestilences in the earth. But you told us these are signs of the end. And you gave us education about how we are to view our bodies as your temples, for you to dwell in by your Holy Spirit. That we are to glorify you with our bodies, which is the same message of the three angels' messages telling us to fear God and give glory to Him, and to worship you, who art our Creator, who made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and the fountains of waters. And therefore it is in knowledge that you are our Creator, which the 7-day Sabbath shows us, that motivates us to pay attention to and take care where our health are concerned. And as such, the Sabbath is a blessing to us, calling men to know their Creator, to know their purposes according to their Creator, and to be able to fulfill it by obedience to health laws, even as we obey moral law of the 10 Commandments. So thank you for helping us, and do help the people. Help us in St. Vincent and the Grenadines not to lack and slack, but to give the people the knowledge and education and call them to repentance and to the truths of Christ, so that they could face the lies and deceptions around them with truth and help themselves and save their lives and their families' lives, and moreover, have salvation through obedience to the Holy Spirit. Thank you, loving Father, for hearing us and for blessing us. May we continue in sin-freeness. May we be examples of good health reform practices as well through the faith, so we could help people as they look at us and see how we are having success. In Jesus' holy name, amen. Amen. So again, thank you for being with us. May the grace of God be with you all until we meet again. Sin-freeness to you, grace and peace, and bye. Bye-bye. Amen.